Never mind. Welcome, race fans, back to the oldest micro sprint track in the United States, Coles County Speedway, located right here in Mattoon, Illinois. I'm Casey Vince, joined alongside Kevin Vince up here in the tower tonight, and it's a hot one here in Coles County. On all the action on the racetrack is going to be even hotter. Race action tonight includes the vintage sprint cars and mod lights for a one-night special. Action kicking off tonight. As you see on the racetrack, it's the Spartan Transportation A-Class wing cars. Following them, I believe at some point, of course, the vintage sprint car is going to have a hot lap and qualifying session. The order's a little bit screwed up for us up here in the tower tonight. We know the heat race lineups, don't know the way they're going to come out here in the hot lap sessions, but you see them on track right now, the Spartan Transportation A-Class wing cars. Tower's going to let them pack the track just a little bit before we get headed underway and under green. 10 cars in this group, 9 cars in the second group. It sounds like it's how they're going to do it. Off of turn number 4, you see the 64, Caleb Sutherland from Madison, Illinois. Right behind him at the flag stand, the 55J, Cameron Jacobs from Chatham, Illinois. Off into turn number 1 is Noah Mell from Fairland, Indiana in the 95M. Behind him, the 7S of Cannon Posey from Pittsboro, Indiana. In the middle of turns 1 and 2, it's the 22 of Tanner Triplett from Lincoln, Illinois. Behind him, coming off of turn number 2, the 97D of Larry Drake from Terre Haute, Indiana. To his inside, you see the 88T of Tyler Taylor from Danville, Illinois. On the middle of the backstretch, you see the 3E of Bodie Everett from Litchfield, Illinois. Also out there, the 8J of J.J. Williams from Harristown, Illinois. And the last car out there, the 41 of Ryder Roberts from Benton, Illinois. Going to make up this first hot lap session of the night. Take a look. We have timing and scoring up here in the tower. And race control giving them just a few more laps. Track crew making sure track is A-OK, and we're ready to go racing. At least in the hot laps so far. Still looking at a spot here on the front stretch, it looks like, before we can set them off and into the green. So it looks like maybe a little spot up there in the middle of turn 2. The track crew's a little bit concerned about before we get going on the first hot lap session, but that does look like it might be the only spot on the racetrack that they are concerned about at the moment. So we're going to give them just a few more laps to pack in that spot, and then we will get going on the first hot lap session of the night with the Spartan Transportation A-Class wing cars. Our flagman, John Shipman, waiting for the thumbs up from the drivers now as they come back through the front stretch, waiting to give the command to go racing on the first hot lap session of the night. Pretty packed racetrack for session number 1. As Tower's now asking for a little bit of spacing. We're ready to go green there, but Tower's going to give him, looks like, one more lap. Caution lights will go off, and the field will look for the control car as they work their way off of turn number 4. Who's it going to be? Watching the flagman, John Shipman, as they roll off turn number 4. Control will go to the 8J as he rolls off into turn number 1. That's J.J. Williams once again as they come around off of turn number 4. We've got one car up and over, and our first red flag of the night. It's going to happen for Tanner Triplett over in turn number 4. Track crew already has Tanner Triplett's car back onto all 4 tires. Yeah, looks like he wants to stay in it. Tried to get it refired, it looked like. So Tanner Triplett looking like he's okay. He'll head back to the pit area and replace that top wing before we see him out here tonight. Hopefully he does have a replacement, so we will see him later on tonight. Back to yellow flag conditions on the speedway. So it looks like only 9 cars will continue on here in this first group of hot laps for the Spartan Transportation A-Class cars. No time lapse being put down just yet. We're going back to green with the Spartan Transportation A-Class wing cars off of turn number 4, looking for control. Not going to be to the J.J. Williams car this time. Still looking for control. It's Noah Mell as he heads off into turn number 1. He's got a 4-car pack with him. 3 cars behind him. Another car out in front of him. Comes back through turns 3 and 4 for the first time lap. What's it going to be for Noah Mell? In the books, a 10.621. No one else in that first group with him equals his lap times. They come around looking for the white flag this time. J.J. Williams to the top of the charts. See what he can do here on lap number 3, or lap number 2. White flag waving for most of the field. Everybody else coming through. Williams takes the white flag this time. Field mostly single file. Larry Drake trying to work his way around Tyler Taylor off of turn number 4 as they come to the checkered flag. But quick time goes to that 8J car of J.J. Williams at 10.404. Caleb Sutherland second with a 10.443. Cannon Posey third with a 10.569. Sutherland set his fastest lap on lap number 1. The other 2 in the top 3. Lap number 2 was the quick time for them. We'll see if it is more of the same for this second group of the Spartan Transportation A-Class wing cars, or if lap number 1 is still going to set the pace tonight so far. Definitely a hot one here tonight in Coles County, as I mentioned earlier. It's currently 89 degrees here in Mattoon, Illinois, feeling like 98. We had the heat indexes up into the 100 degrees range earlier today. Luckily, going to start cooling off a little bit as we head off into tonight. Of course, the action on the racetrack going to get even hotter than what we've seen so far. Out onto the racetrack, group number 2 for the Spartan Transportation A-Class wings. They're led out by Drew Sherman as he works his way through turn number 2, and that number 3 from Phoenix, Arizona. Behind him will be the 96 and 8 Casper from New Lenox, Illinois. Under the Coles County Speedway sign, you'll see the 16W Hunter Walker from Decatur, Illinois. Still under that Coles County Speedway sign, you see Harrison Robards in the 11R from Dardine Prairie, Missouri, with an issue. He comes to a stop on the backstretch. He gets it refired. He'll continue, it looks like. No harm, no foul. Off of turn number 4, you'll see the 84 Nate Bailey from Springfield, Ohio. Approaching him and passing around the outsides, the 70 of Zach Dowler from Laomie, Illinois. In turn number 2, you see Brian Martinelli in the 4X from Bloomsdale, Missouri. And this is going to make up your Spartan Transportation A-Class wing hot laps. It looks like most of the cars making it out onto the racetrack here for at least session number 2. As they look for the green flag, looking for an opportunity. Can anybody go faster than a 10.4 set by J.J. Williams? In session number 1, we're green. Already working through the bottom side of the racetracks. Looking like the fast part so far for most of the field. A couple of guys trying about a lane or so higher. As we do, it looks like have somebody breaks into the top 3. It's a missing data on the transponder. It looks like maybe a transponder issue of some sort. for whoever was the third fastest car on the racetrack. But out of this group, only one of them breaks into the top 3. And even then, only one of them breaks into the top 5. Nate Casper, the second fastest out of this group with a 10.667, which went 6th overall. The fastest car in this group set a 10.545 with a transponder issue, so we don't have the name of the driver who set that 3rd overall lap time for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings. But nonetheless, that will complete the hot laps for the A-Class Wing cars tonight. Up next, a hot lap and qualifying session for the vintage sprint cars. They'll come out onto the racetrack. Over in turn number 4, no onboard starters on these sprint cars, so they will need a little bit of help from the track crew getting started. And it looks like they might be doing them in groups of 2, maybe 3 cars. We have 6 overall entered for these vintage sprint cars. And it does look like they're going to bring them out in groups of 3, so 2 sessions for the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Series tonight here at Coles County Speedway. The lead car is the number 11 is Scott Plew from Hudsonville, Illinois. Out behind him will be the 31 of Dan Ingram from Indianapolis, Indiana. And the last car out there, right on the exit of turn number 4, is the 55 of Trace Mailer from Oblon, Illinois. Looks like they'll bring another one out here. So 4 cars will make up this session, or it looks like they might bring them all out onto the racetrack. So all 6 are going to come out for a hot lap and qualifying session together. '72 of Jarrett Thomas from Paxton, Illinois is off of turn number 2. Then right here on the front stretch, just before the flag stand, you'll see the 25V of Brent Morley from Melbourne, Australia, coming over here stateside to race during race season. Another car out here, I believe it's his first start out here, Ron Fox from Jasonville, Indiana. That number 8 car off of turn number 4. He'll be the last one to get fired, it looks like. And, of course, going to have to allow these drivers to build some engine heat before they get allowed to go hot lapping and qualifying on these vintage sprint cars. Need something to quench your thirst? Make sure to visit the Turn 4 Cafe located at the north end of the facility to get all the food and drinks you might need during the racing events. You can enjoy all your favorite drink products along with your favorite Butch's Pizza. Visit the Turn 4 Cafe during the racing action every week for any food and drink you might need at Coles County Speedway. Just a few more laps for these vintage sprint car drivers as they build some separation between each other so they can get some clean lap times in. Our flagman will wait from the first thumbs up for them, one of the drivers, and he'll ask the other drivers if they're ready to go. Also, don't miss, tonight at intermission, we'll have the first Turn 4 Kids Club's Power Wheels race on the racetrack, held at intermission tonight. Of course, if your kid would like to join the Turn 4 Kids Club, you can grab a packet down here at the general admissions booth to get them entered into the Turn 4 Kids Club. And entry into the Turn 4 Kids Club is free. All right, so engine heat looking like it might be complete for the vintage sprint cars. 3 of them pulled down into the infield to allow these other 3 out onto the racetrack right now. Oh, we might have a 4th one joining them. Scott Plew into the infield as well. Maybe a little bit of confusion from these drivers of who was going to stay out for session number 1. So the cars in the infield include Dan Ingram, Trace Mailer, Brent Morley, and Scott Plew. So they are going to do it in groups of 2, it looks like. So on the racetrack left out here, you have Ron Fox over in turn number 2, and off of turn number 4 is the 72 of Jarrett Thomas. So in total, it'll be 3 sessions of qualifying for the vintage sprint cars. And it sounds like, unfortunately, an issue for Trace Mailer. He's going to head back to the pit area, maybe. He's going to come back onto the racetrack first, see if he can figure out whatever might be wrong with his car. Or he might be joining them out here for a session. Trace Mailer still stopped on the front stretch here, trying to get assistance from the track crew. And it looks like he will, in fact, get it fired. So, sounds like from the tower, we're going to do 2 groups of 3 for this session. All right, Towers giving them the command. We're going to get going here very shortly on the first qualifying session for the throwback sprint cars. Off into turn number 3. They're being led by Trace Mailer. He'll come to the green and control the field. 2 laps for these drivers as they head off into turn number 1. Mailer with control on the bottom of the racetrack. He goes as that number 8 car of Ron Fox still trying to get a handle on this historic racing facility. Of course, his first time here. Trace Mailer's won a bunch of times here already at Coles County Speedway in a bunch of different cars. Of course, he has also won here in the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car. 11.0, lap number 2 for him. As they come off of turn number 4, Jarrett Thomas, see what he can do. Nope, 0.6 of a second slower, 11.611. Ron Fox coming across to complete his second and final lap. Does not improve from his first lap, which was a 13.736. So Trace Mailer already setting the pace here early on in the vintage sprint cars with an 11.062. We'll see if Dan Ingram or Scott Plew has anything for him. Those 3 were pretty much always front runners last year here at the Speedway in these throwback sprint cars. So session number 1 will head to the infield, or at least one of them headed outside the racetrack. The other ones are coming back down. And it looks like once Trace Mailer makes his way down to the infield, we'll push the second group out onto the racetrack. All right, with Mailer down to the infield, the second group of the vintage sprint cars will make their way out onto the racetrack as they will get push started. Of course, like I mentioned earlier, no onboard starters for these sprint cars, so they do need a little bit of assistance getting fired up, which takes just a few moments. Of course, the second group being made up of Brent Morley in the 25V, Dan Ingram in the 31, and then Scott Plew in the 11 machine. Scott Plew, Dan Ingram went all the way down to the last race last year in the chase for the first vintage sprint car track championship here at Coles County Speedway. Already seeing more of that same battle so far here early on in the year. So command from the tower will get us back under yellow flag conditions out on the speedway once more, as the field will roll their way off into turn number 1 as they all get fired up. Sounds like the track crew might be looking for a little bit of debris somewhere on the backstretch, so we'll be just another moment. May have found that piece of debris already. Looks like they did. I did mention that points battle. Brent Morley right now the second car in points for these vintage sprint cars. Separated by just 10 points between Scott Plew and Brent Morley for the points lead. Danny Pittman, who was in third, is a no-show tonight, so Dan Ingram will take up that third position after tonight's running. So essentially you have the top 3 in points right out here on the racetrack at one time for a qualifying session. Pretty much going to decide who is the fastest one early on tonight. As we know so well here at Coles County Speedway, track position is so key for these sprint cars. And it's pretty tough to pass with just simply how long they are when they get down into the corner. See what they can do here in their qualifying session. Who's going to find their mark? And who is going to have the speed? Does anyone have speed for Trace Mailer's 11.062 as they come around looking for the green flag? Morley does not have control. First green flag will get waved to Scott Plew, who has control. So green flag will go to Scott Plew's number 11 as they kill him off of turn number 2. Still rolling that bottom side of the racetrack. Morley finally gets his green flag. White flag waving as Plew completes lap number 1, goes to second. What does Ingram do? Ingram goes to third. Now Morley slides a little bit too far in 3. Not going to have a good lap time. Lap number 1. Lap 2 is going to be the lap for him off of 4. Checkered flags waving. Scott Plew can't do it. Dan Ingram into second. Brent Morley was the fastest on lap 1. Can he go faster on lap 2? No, he can't. So Trace Mailer, quick time for the vintage sprint cars with an 11.062. Then over a tenth and a half back to second place, Dan Ingram with an 11.204. Brent Morley third with an 11.1222. Scott Plew, Jarrett Thomas, Ron Fox, the rest of the qualifying order. Up next, looks like we have the junior sprints down there in staging, the high caliber graphic junior sprints. And here come the juniors out onto the racetrack for their first session. $13 total junior sprints tonight for this high caliber graphics junior sprint field. They're being let out by the 1Z of Xander LaRose from Festus, Missouri. He'll get passed right away, though, by that number 5B of Evan Boyd, it looks like, from Doe Run, Missouri. Off of turn number 4, you'll see the 25P of Presley Hall from Des Lodge, Missouri. Also out there, the 51 of Easton Cambenzi from Tucson, Arizona. They come around to the green flag. Also out there, another 25 car, 25B. Caution will come back out. They wanted the green, but caution comes out. As one car finally makes its way out onto the racetrack, it looks like maybe needed a little bit of assistance getting fired up. Case Barnard, that 25B from Dawson, Illinois. Already had a car rolling around its outside. That's Landon Bailey from Concord, North Carolina in the 1B. Finally, that last car out on the racetrack would be the 42 of Dylan Schaefer from Charleston, Illinois. And with now everybody out onto the racetrack, we will go green for the first high caliber graphic junior sprint hot lap session. Looking for control as they work their way off of turn number 4. Green flag waving for Evan Boyd as he brings control to the field. Field working their way through turns number 3 and 4. No one really getting a good first lap there, it looks like. Everybody was pretty much caught in traffic. Evan Boyd at 12.5 first lap. Will be the fastest anybody so far. This lap 2 looking like it's going to be a little faster than that as they come to the checkered flag. Most contact there off of turn number 4 between Xander LaRose and Case Barnard. Both of them go towards the top of the charts. Evan Boyd, quick time with a 12.366. As I did say, that second lap was going to be faster. Then Easton Cambency with a 12.631. Xander LaRose with a 12.881. Will make up this first group. 7 cars took a lap in that group. 13 overall. We'll see 6 more here for group number 2. Just waiting on control from the tower for group number 2 to come out onto the racetrack. And just like that, they get control. And out they come here for group number 2. They're being led out by Nolan Leone from Muhammad, Illinois in that 57. Behind him, it'll be the 15 of Casimir Brow from Solon, Iowa. In the middle of the backstretch, you'll see the 49 of Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois. Right behind him will be the D52 of Joe Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois. Also out there, off of turn 4, right at the flag stand, you'll see the 22F of Evan France from Lovington, Illinois. The last car out onto the racetrack, the 95 of Brentley Hopper from Charleston, Illinois. So make up your second group of the high caliber graphic junior sprints as they make their way out onto the racetrack and to the green for hot lap session number 2 for these junior sprints. To still do it for the junior sprints tonight, looking to see if anybody can go faster than a 12.3. First lap in the books. Nolan Leone goes third. Grayson Graham towards the top into second, but still 2/10 behind Evan Boyd. We'll see if lap number 2 can find its mark for these drivers. See who can do what. Evan Boyd still that quick time. Grayson Graham across the line. Does not improve on lap number 2. It looks like that will do. It looks like lap number 1 was definitely the faster lap for everybody here in group number 2. So Evan Boyd holds on to quick time with a 12.366. Grayson Graham second with a 12.628. Easton Cambency holds on to third with a 12.631. So that will do it for the high caliber graphic junior sprints. Up next is going to be the mod lights as they sit down there and staging 10 of them tonight. As the last of the junior sprints make their way off the racing surface, will allow for these mod lights to make their way out onto the racetrack. And here they come out onto the racetrack. It's Josh Bonowitz leading them out in that 2D from Oakland, Illinois, as he rolls off into turn number 2. Right behind him in the middle of 1 and 2, it's going to be the number 8 of Dylan Nager from Festus, Missouri. Off of turn number 2, you'll see the 171 of Brendan Freeberg from Metamora, Illinois. Also out there, the number 5 of Corey Stephenson from Marion, Illinois. In the middle of the backstretch, you'll see Matt Suzuki from Harrisburg, Illinois, the 28. And this will make up group number 1 for the Mod Lights Hot Lap session. Trouble over in turn number 3. Caution will come out as first-time drive for Josh Bonowitz is going to go for a spin in turn number 3. Just got to take his time to get used to this racing surface. Has not raced here before, as I mentioned, at least in the Mod Light. So track crew will help him get turned around. And, of course, still both green flag laps waiting for these Mod Light drivers. So track crew gives Josh Bonowitz the room he needs to turn around. Just going to wait on one or two more cars to go on by him before he gets his car turned around and headed back in the right direction. He gets back going in the right direction by headed down through the infield. So everybody back out onto the racing surface. We're ready to go back green on the Mod Lights Hot Lap session. Caution lights are out, going back green, looking for control of the field. As everybody rolls their way off into turn number 1, they're waiting on the green light to turn on. Control will go to the number 8 of Dylan Nager, it looks like, as he rolls off turn number 4. First time lap going to go for that number 8 across the line. Everybody keeping it pretty well managed as they roll through turns 3 and 4 this time. We stay green as everybody makes it through there. Back off of turn number 4. Nager with an issue up towards the top of the racetrack at turn number 4. One time lapped into the book for Brendan Freeberg and Corey Stephenson before the yellow will come out. So it looks like with that second caution, that will conclude the first group's hot lap session. So Brendan Freeberg looking like he might be the only one to set down a time there. Or Corey Stephenson goes quick time with 11.771. Brendan Freeberg second, Matt Suzuki third. Matt Suzuki's time and Josh Bonowitz's times looks like they were both compromised by the caution, both outside the 13-second range. So group number 2 waiting for the command to come out onto the racetrack as track crew still trying to help Dylan Nager get his car refired. Second group of the Mod Light cars making their way out onto the racetrack now. After that short delay in the action as track crew was helping Dylan Nager get his number 8 machine off the racing surface. Leading this group, going to be the U2 of Danny Jolly from Christopher, Illinois, as he works his way off of turn number 4. Behind him, you'll see the 7W of Dustin Wiltermude from Windsor, Illinois, the points leader in this Mod Light class this year. Also out there is J.R. Wiltermude from Windsor, Illinois as well, the 93J, the Wiltermudes nose tail as they head off into turn number 3. Also on the racing surface, the 24, Steve Cole from Benton, Illinois, as he works his way through turn 3, and Jimmy Arthur from Mitchell, Indiana, in the 15. Also out on the racetrack for this second group. And anyone go faster than Corey Stephenson here on lap number 1. Into the books. Danny Jolly into the top 3. No one else able to beat that 11.7 just yet. As they come around looking for the white flag. Checkered flag waving for Jolly. He improves to second. Neither of the Wiltermudes can improve into the top 3. And off turn 4, we'll see if either of these two drivers can break their way in. Doesn't look like it. Corey Stephenson, quick time for the Mod Lights tonight with an 11.771. Danny Jolly, second with an 11.856. Brendan Freeberg, third with an 11.889. Up next, going to be the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros to come out onto the racetrack for their hot lap session. 16 total entries tonight. So looks like we might do 3 groups of them tonight. Might do it in 2. Out onto the racetrack comes the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros out onto the racetrack for their hot lap sessions. Leading them out was the 10 of J.C. Standridge from Springfield, Illinois. Off into turn number 3. Behind her, you'll see the 14V of Colton Vogel from Buffalo, Illinois. In turn number 3, you'll see the 1K of Mackenzie Dowler from Springfield, Illinois. In front of her out onto the racetrack was the 99G of Henry Shelton from Benton, Illinois. Off of turn number 3 will be the 5 at the flag stand of Caden Wells from Brazil, Indiana. Behind him, the 79H of Kinzer Holloway from Paris, Illinois. Right behind him is going to be the 80 of Aiden Wiegert from Imperial, Missouri. And the last car out here for this first group going to be A.J. Williams in that 88A as he heads off into turn number 1 from Harristown, Illinois. Group number 1 for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros are looking for the green flag from our flagman, John Shipman. Control goes to Williams. Field pretty packed so far as Dowler already looking on Gary Shelton trying to figure out the pace of that car in traffic. A couple of these other drivers just kind of sticking in line for now. One car going to the outside. Kinzer Holloway got loose in 2. First laps in the book. A.J. Williams quick time so far as everybody else coming across the stripe. Looking to improve here on lap number 2 as they come across to the checkered flag. A.J. Williams does improve, it looks like, on lap number 2. Checkered flag waving for the rest of the field as they work their way off of turn number 4. Quick time goes to Colton Vogel by just 0.03 of a second over A.J. Williams, an 11.203 for Colton Vogel and an 11.206 for A.J. Williams on hot lap session number 1 for these Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. The third car, Caden Wells, with an 11.419. So 8 cars set a lap in that first group, so 8 more for group number 2. And that would complete the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros hot lap sessions. Leading them out in the middle of turns number 1 and 2, off of turn number 2 actually now, it's Niles Tudors from Harrisburg, Illinois in the 14. Right underneath the Coles County Speedway sign, you'll see the 53 of Natalie Hubbard from Benton, Illinois. Behind her, entering turn number 3, is the 11R of Riley Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois. Then you'll see the 49 of Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois. Right in the middle of turns 3 and 4, you'll see the 21 of Henry Schneider from Lincoln, Illinois. At turn number 3, you'll see Roper Roberts from Benton, Illinois, that number 16 machine. Also on the entry to turn number 3 is the 51 of Easton Cambency from Tucson, Arizona. And the final car out on the racetrack, Jackson Burks in the 42 from Johnston City, Illinois, as he works his way through turns 3 and 4, looking for the green flag as the caution lights go out and the green light comes on for hot lap session number 2 for the dirty right rear restricted micros. Already everybody trying to keep it organized. Riley Bonowitz gets picked off by that number 49 machine of Grayson Graham off into turn number 1. Henry Schneider towards the top of the charts. Colton Vogel also towards the top of the charts in that first session. Who can beat him? Natalie Hubbard can with an 11.194. Can anybody improve on lap number 2 is now the question, as lap number 1 was the faster lap for the first group. And anybody do it? Checker flag waves. Natalie Hubbard can't. That doesn't look like anyone else will as well. Natalie Hubbard steals quick time for the dirty right rear restricted micros with an 11.194. Colton Vogel second with that 11.203, and A.J. Williams third with that 11.206. That top 3 very close so far tonight, all separated by less than 100th of a second. So that does it for the dirty right rear restricted micros. And up next will be the Cleveland Grain non-wing micros for their 18 entries. It's going to be another 2 groups for these cars as well. And out onto the racetrack comes the Cleveland Grain non-wing micros. They're being led out by the 17 of J.B. Gilbert, it looks like. Behind him will be the 5 of Nate McMillan from Brazil, Indiana. Then behind him will be the 42J of John Jackson III from Mooresville, Indiana. Entering turn number 3 is the 47 of Clay Frederick from St. Joseph, Illinois. Behind him, to his inside now here on the front stretch, the 2X, Seth Buell from Charleston, Illinois. At the flag stand, you'll see the number 3 of Drew Sherman from Phoenix, Arizona. And finally, you'll see the 21V of Danny Vicino from Terre Haute, Indiana, in the middle of turn number 2. And the last car out onto the racetrack, or 2 more cars on the racetrack, the 7F of Noah Bartley from Hammond, Illinois, to turn number 3. Behind him will be the 28 as they come across to the green flag of Michael Cocker from Centralia, Illinois. Green flag waving for the Cleveland Grain non-wing micros. Looking to see who goes fast here in session number 1. Can they find pace on lap number 2? No one really has so far tonight. Lap 1 definitely been the fastest so far. Already in the books, Bartley towards the top of the charts. He was first car to get control. Drew Sherman to the top as well. Lap number 1 will go to Drew Sherman. Any improvements on lap number 2? We're going to see it. Clay Frederick stuck in traffic. He won't improve very much. Drew Sherman does almost to a sub-11 second lap, but he's going to settle in with quick time with an 11.061 for session number 1. J.B. Gilbert second with an 11.112, and Nolan Bartley third with an 11.147. Very tightly packed session there. The entire grouping separated by less than half a second in lap times. We'll see if group number 2 can continue that pace as they look to make their way out onto the racetrack. So TID cars took a time, still 8 left to go. Group number 2 for the Cleveland Grain non-wing micros are going to be led out by the 51B of Parker Bupp from Fairland, Indiana. Entering turn number 1, you'll see the 211 of Danny Hayes from Charleston, Illinois. In turn number 2, you'll see the 23T of Tyler Scott from Dalton City, Illinois. Off into turn number 1 in the green and white car will be the 15 of Zach Bean from Mount Vernon, Illinois. Behind him, you'll see the 42 of Alan Gadusa from New Lenox, Illinois. In the middle of the backstretch, you'll see the 16W of Hunter Walker from Decatur, Illinois. And finally, the 11R off of turn number 2, Harrison Robards from Darling Prairie, Missouri, going to make up this second and final hot lap session for the Cleveland Grain non-wing micros. Off into turn number 1, a pretty tightly packed field as one car into the infield already. That's Zach Bean with an issue. Not going to continue on. Hunter Walker already getting through some traffic. Smoke pouring out from the number 23, it looks like. He'll try to get it under control. See, it's back into turn number 1. Tyler Scott with that issue early on as well. He'll stay on racetrack. White flag waving as they complete lap number 1. Hunter Walker the fastest in this group, but he goes 8th overall. No one finding pace so far. Oh, trouble on the backstretch. Harrison Robards had nowhere to go as it looked like Alan Gandusa got sideways off of turn number 2. Makes some pretty heavy contact there on the front end. May have just been bumper-to-bumper contact, so they may have gotten away with it. Quick time will go to Drew Sherman, holding on from that first session with an 11.061. Parker Bupp second, J.B. Gilbert third. Nobody out of this second session really made it into the top 5. Fastest overall in that session was Hunter Walker with 6th overall with an 11.222. Looks like just one more car left to run on this hot lap session. Or 2 more cars, it looks like. They're going to bring them out together. One is winged, one is not. Lead car, Cameron Romack from Ashmore, Illinois, in the 4R. He works his way over to turn number 1. Waiting down there on the entry to the racetrack is a winged number 90. Be Paul Day from Atwood, Illinois, making his way out onto the racetrack. They'll get a session together. Won't be timed for either one of these drivers. It'll be just a quick 2-lap session. Of course, not getting a really good idea of what either car's pace is going to be as they're not out here with the cars of their class. The number 90 of Paul Day in Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing, Cameron Romack, the 4R, in the non-wing class, sponsored by Cleveland Grain Systems. And that will conclude their session. And it looks like that will do it for the hot lap sessions tonight. We will get underway with opening ceremony shortly. It's going to be just a short break as Tower makes sure everything's all right down there by the pit area. Will be just a few moments. At this time, we'd like all spectators here at the racetrack to rise, if able, for the playing of our national anthem. Thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vintage Sprint Cars to staging. Vintage Sprint Cars to staging.
All right, race fans, welcome to Coles County Speedway. This will be our first heat race of the evening, our vintage sprint cars. Heat race number 1 starting lineup will be, starting first from Oblong, Illinois, number 55, Trace Mailer. Starting second from Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, the number 25E, Brent Morley. And starting third from Paxton, Illinois, number 72, Jarrett Thomas. This is the first of 2 heat races for our vintage sprint cars tonight. Once again, these cars take a little longer to get going because they have to be pushed off, and then I'll have to give them a couple laps to get the motors heated up. We should be good to go. We'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight and watching the races. At this time, Coles County Speedway would like to recognize some of its sponsors: Strong Elevator, Strong Bookkeeping, Express Employment, Napa from Mattoon, Neoga, and Effingham, Duncan Windows, Race Tech Titanium, Driven Midwest, Keith Kuntz Motorsports. Right under them, if you look on the backstretch, you see the big red sign for the Lakeland scoreboard. We're proud to have them on board with us this year. We also have Hyper Racing Midwest, Global Logistics, Burromax, Cleveland Grain Systems, KC Summers, Dirty Right Rear Podcast, Chemstream Brace Fuels, RS12 Motorsports, Spartan Transportation, High Caliber Graphics, Race Ranch, WFO TV, Victory Seats. Thank you to all our sponsors out there to help make this racing possible. And thank you to all your fans for coming out and watching. And if there's any time you cannot come out and watch. You can always catch it streamed live on WFO TV.
All right, it looks like the vintage sprint cars are ready to go racing already. Got to come around 2 more laps under pacing before they get the first green flag of the night. Once again, Trace Mailer, Brent Morley, Jarrett Thomas going to be making up heat race number 1 as they come off of turn number 4, looking and receiving the 1 to go signal from our flagman John Shipman up in the flag stand tonight. Off into turn number 1, the caution light will extinguish as the 3-car heat race exits turn number 2. Fastest qualifier, Trace Mailer, with third fastest qualifier, Brent Morley alongside him. Then Jarrett Thomas making up heat race number 1. As they approach the start cone over in turn number 4, control of the field goes to Trace Mailer. He's on the gas. It's going to be a great jump there for Jarrett Thomas, getting to the inside of Brent Morley. Morley powers around the outside and holds on to second as they come off turn number 2. Out in front, Mailer gets really sideways there right on the entry to turn 3, really backs up the corner, gets a great shot right on the exit of 4, gets way away from Brent Morley and the rest of the field out behind them with an 11.5 first lap time. What is he going to do here on lap number 2? Well, he'll go ahead and throw down an 11.4, faster than his qualifying time, that number 55. So, yeah, definitely a lot of pace left in that Trace Mailer car out in front of the field. And it looks like this might be how they're going to run tonight. Will anybody have anything for Trace Mailer? Right now, it doesn't look like anybody in this heat race is going to have anything for him. Almost 2 seconds the gap back to Brent Morley as they come around to the halfway point of heat race number 1 for the vintage sprint cars. Morley holding on to second by about 1.5 seconds over Jarrett Thomas. They're running pretty equal lap times to each other, second and third now. So they go just past the halfway mark. 3 to go for Trace Mailer out in front. Really sliding that car in on entry. Getting that car super sideways, much more sideways than these other guys are able to do it. Of course, so much experience with Trace Mailer here in multiple different cars. Done it in a micro, midget, and now doing it in the vintage sprint car as well. Trace Mailer coming to the white flag this time with about a quarter of a lap advantage. That number 55. Across the stripe will be Brent Morley in second. Over 4 seconds behind Trace Mailer out in front. Mailer through turns 3 and 4 on the bottom for the final time. Checkered flag for Trace Mailer on the vintage sprint car heat race number 1 win. Checkered falls for the rest of the field. Brent Morley second, Jarrett Thomas third. Just the pace was not there for the field as Trace Mailer just so quick here at Coles County Speedway. His fastest lap at 11.369 on lap number 5. Then Brent Morley, second fastest car on the racetrack, at his fast lap on lap number 2, 11.725. But overall, lap time fall off wasn't that much for everybody. Everybody pretty much ran right around what their fastest lap was. And with that, that does it for heat race number 1 for the vintage sprint cars. Another heat race coming up shortly for heat number 2. Just as many cars in heat race number 1. Kevin, going to go back over to you for the starting lineup.
Thank you, Casey. And your starting lineup for the vintage sprint cars heat race number 2 will be starting first from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 31, Dan Ingram. Starting second from Hudsonville, Illinois, number 11, Scott Plew. And starting third from Jasonville, Indiana, number 8, Ron Fox. Again, this is your vintage sprint car heat race number 2.
So as track crew will get this second heat race of the vintage sprint cars fired up on the racetrack, I want to go and talk about another event coming up. Coming up is going to be the second running of the Tom Rick Memorial Race Weekend, which is scheduled for July 10th through the 12th, and it's going to be a can't-miss event. You've already seen the best midget racers in the world at Coles County Speedway, but the second Tom Rick Memorial will bring the best micro sprint racers in the world right here to Mattoon. Over $13,000 will be paid out to the winner, making it the highest paying winged outlaw race in 2025. We can't wait to see you at the track for the second Tom Rick Memorial held from July 10th through the 12th. Tyler gives them the command to fire engines, and the second heat race of the vintage sprint cars rolling off as they head off into turn number 1. Like I mentioned earlier on in the night, the first and second place in points in the track championship last year got to line up on the front row here for heat race number 3, or heat race number 2. 3 cars in this heat race.
And once again, the field will be led by Dan Ingram of Indianapolis, Indiana, the number 31. Starting second, Scott Plew from Hudsonville, Illinois in the 11. And starting third, Ron Fox from Jasonville, Indiana in car number 8. John Chipman gives them the 1 to go signal. We should go green next time around.
Yes, we absolutely should, as the caution lights extinguish for the second heat race of the vintage sprint cars as they roll off into turn number 1. Once again, control this field between Dan Ingram and Scott Plew. They still went head-to-head with each other all last year as they fought for a track championship. Ended with Scott Plew on the point. This time, Dan Ingram with control of the field. He gets a good jump into turn number 1. If Tower doesn't like it, we'll call it back. And we'll have all 8 laps left to go. Flagman just did not like that start. Maybe saw a little bit of an early jump from Dan Ingram. So we'll stack them back up and try it again. Caution lights extinguished once again for these vintage sprint cars. As they come back to the start cone over in turn number 4. Ingram with control. He's good. It's a little bit more organized this time. He's sideways off forward. That allows Scott Plew around the outside. Off into turn number 1 and 2. Plew takes the lead away. Very tightly raced, these two normally do. Ingram gets the advantage through turns 3 and 4, powers around down the inside. Scott Plew backs it up, gets to the inside on the entry to turn number 2. Not quite an opportunity to try to get around him there. Now he'll try to just take turn 3 entry a little bit slower, a little bit of contact there as they head back into turn number 1. Still side by side for the heat race lead. Still that number 11 is Scott Plew trying to lead the way. Ingram not going to let him get away. Ingram will lead just another lap in the books. Or excuse me, Plew will lead another lap. Ingram back in line into second. Scott Plew finally finding the pace. That number 11 car that he was looking for in qualifying, he just did not quite find. That allows him back out to the second vintage sprint car heat race lead just past the halfway point. Now Dan Ingram in line down on the bottom of the racetrack trying to find any sort of pace underneath the hood of that race car. Finds it a little bit faster that last lap. Ron Fox still back there in third, trying to figure out this racetrack for his first time still. Still, Scott Plew on the point, goes 4/10 faster that lap than Dan Ingram, coming to the white flag this time as they roll through turns 3 and 4. Scott Plew with very much control of this race. Into turn 1 with a 1.5 second advantage. That number 11, Dan Ingram, just going to take it easy now as they roll down the back stretch and into turns 3 and 4. Scott Plew going to take the second vintage sprint car heat race win. Second will go to Dan Ingram. Third across the line off of turn number 4 here. That car looks pretty tight. Will be Ron Fox. So he'll head back to the pit area and look for another adjustment on that number 8 machine for the feature later on tonight. And that does it for the vintage sprint cars. Up next will be the Cleveland Grain non-wing micros for their pair of heat races.
And your starting lineup for the Cleveland Grain non-wing micros will be, starting first, from Phoenix, Arizona, number 3, Drew Sherman. Starting second, from Lincoln, Illinois, number 5B, Chad Baldwin. Starting third, from St. Joseph, Illinois, number 47, Clay Frederick. Starting fourth, from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 21V, Danny Vicino. Starting fifth, from Mooresville, Indiana, number 42J, John Jackson. Starting sixth, from Centralia, Illinois, number 28, Michael Coker. Starting 7th from Decatur, Illinois, number 16W, Hunter Walker. Starting 8th from Charleston, Illinois, number 17, J.B. Gilbert. And starting 9th from Fairland, Indiana, number 51B, Parker Bupp. This is your Cleveland Grain Non-Wing Micros Heat Race number 1.
And here they come out onto the racetrack, coming out to the 1-to-go signal right away here in heat race number 1 of the Cleveland Grain Non-Wing Micros heat races. Drew Sherman being instructed to slow down his pace just a little bit to allow the rest of the non-wing micros out onto the racetrack. So it sounds like they might be out of order, so race control going to delay the green here on this one. So everybody will try to get it organized. They were just a little bit disorganized coming off the pit exit. So it looks like everybody's going to get organized into their correct position. Caution lights are out around the speedway. Drew Sherman, Chad Baldwin with control of the field for the first Cleveland Grain non-wing micro heat race. 8 laps once again for these non-wing micros. Past the start cone, we're green. Drew Sherman is not going to quite get away from a good start. He makes a little bit of contact with the berm down there at the bottom, stacks the field up out behind them, and everybody trying to keep it going. Hunter Walker gets the worst of it, goes for a spin, and the caution will come out just before they complete 1 lap. Just a tough break there for Hunter Walker. It was just kind of just caught up in the stack up, and that's just kind of how it ends sometimes. He ends up in the wrong direction. Luckily, he keeps it going, or at least is able to get it refired and keep us going on the racing surface. So we are going to go back to a double file restart, because we did not complete a full lap on the racing surface. So caution lights are out once again. Still the front row, Drew Sherman and Chad Baldwin. Drew Sherman going to look to not hit the berm this time on the entry to turn number 1. That's what stacked up the field. So they head back towards the start cone, looking for a better start this time. Green flags waving, and back again on Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro heat race number 1. Definitely more organized this time. Baldwin chops the nose down on Clay Frederick in middle of turns 1 and 2. They're 3 wide behind them for about 4th. It'll be Baldwin holding on to 2nd for now at the line. He's going to back up the entry, get around Frederick on a crossover move. Field still trying to get organized. As Clay Frederick dives it in there to turn number 3, we're going to get a 5-car pile up, and the caution will come out. J.B. Gilbert was involved and got away, along with Clay Frederick. And 3 other ones just did not get away. Another driver, just like that first incident with nowhere to go, at number 16W of Hunter Walker. Just 2 incidents in a row for him. Starts at the tail of the field, and fortunately not a lot of place to go when the field stacks up in front of you. He gets caught up in his 2nd incident of the race.
These cars and drivers look to be very evenly matched tonight, so they're battling hard for position out here, and this is the type of thing that's going to happen. It makes it exciting.
Michael Coker and Parker Bupp, the other 2 that are stopped down there in turn number 3.
And we saw J.B. Gilbert come through that mess on 2 wheels.
So they'll get organized. It looks like Tower does score 1 lap as complete. So it'll be 7 laps to go here on heat race number 1 for the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros. Parker Bupp's going to get a quick check over by the track crew on the condition of his race car. While they do that, Cleveland Grain Systems is a proud sponsor of the non-wing micro class at Coles County Speedway. Cleveland Grain Systems is Central Illinois' elite grain equipment dealer. Cleveland Grain Systems sells and designs grain handling systems while also offering replacement and equipment for existing facilities and expanding operations. If you need anything involving grain handling systems, check out Cleveland Grain Systems, based out of Atwood, Illinois.
We'll have to keep our eye on that 51B of Parker Bupp. It looks like he's got some suspension damage to the right front. Looks like that right front wheel is sticking out further than he'd like it to, so we'll see what happens when he gets up to speed.
Yeah, hopefully it's not too bad. That looks pretty rough. It's going to be pretty handful of a race car in a straight line once he gets up to speed, but may help him just a little bit in the corners. But yeah, just going to lose so much ground on the straightaways, I would feel.
Yes, that's going to create a lot of drag on his car. His car is going to be in a plowing mode.
Yeah, I mean, we don't talk about aerodynamics much, especially in these non-wing cars, but when you get damage like that, it's just such a way of affecting the aerodynamics over the right side of the car. You kind of lose a lot of that side force that would be generated, and it's just going to be a tough race for him as he tries to navigate the rest of these last 7 laps on this first Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro heat race. We have trouble off turn number 2, the second place car into the infield. Chad Baldwin with an issue. He's got a flat left rear tire. A heartbreak for him. He's going to be at the tail end of the feature later tonight. Man, it's a tough break in this heat race so far just for everybody.
Yes, it is. And hopefully after this race, Parker Bupp will have time to get back to this pit, get his car repaired in time for the feature. That should be a fairly quick fix for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And the caution lights are out on the facility. Drew Sherman with control of the field. Danny Vicino right behind him looking for an opportunity. Drew Sherman waited on him. Got a nice little bump. He'll get a good jump into turn number 1 as they come back to green with 7 laps to go. Clay Frederick looks to the inside of John Jackson the third. Jackson holds on to third for now as everybody tries to navigate single file. Hunter Walker looking to the inside of Michael Conker for the 6th position. He'll take it away on the entry to turn number 1. Conker fights back to the outside, looking for 6. A little bit of contact out in front of them between Clay Frederick and J.B. Gilbert. Gilbert getting the worst of it, dropping back a couple spots. Out in front, still Drew Sherman leading the way and pulling away from second place Danny Vicino. John Jackson the third. Vicino got tight right there on entry. Has to back up the rest of the corner. Stacks up the 2 cars behind him. That allows Frederick to the inside for third. Can't take it away in turns 3 and 4. Halfway down, coming to 3 to go for that number 3 of Drew Sherman. Frederick still to the inside of John Jackson the third. J.B. Gilbert looking like he wants to split it 3 wide middle. Decides against it in the middle of turns 1 and 2. He'll just get to the inside of John Jackson the third. Muscles his way on through into 4th. Is he going to be clear off 4? No, he's not. It will be clear by the time he makes it back into turn number 1. Coming to the white flag will be the field this time. Drew Sherman still with control by about a quarter of a lap over Danny Vicino. Clay Frederick still desperately trying to hold on to third. It's J.B. Gilbert making his way back through the field. Gilbert going to get a little bit tight on exit right there. Going to take away third, but Drew Sherman's going to take the heat race win here on the first Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro heat race. Vicino in second. J.B. Gilbert with a heck of a drive there those last 4 laps. Able to just about recover to a third place finish in this heat race. What could have been for J.B. Gilbert, running just 0.2 slower that last lap than the race winner. Clay Frederick 4th, Hunter Walker 5th, Michael Coker 6th, John Jackson 3rd, 7th, Parker Bupp 8th, Chad Baldwin out of the race in 9th.
And hats off to Parker Bupp for being able to complete that race with all that damage to his right front. Once again, we're hopeful that he'll make it back for the feature and be just fine. Coming up next will be our Cleveland Grain non-wing micros heat race number 2. And your starting lineup is, starting first from Charleston, Illinois, number 211, Danny Hayes. Starting second from Charleston, Illinois, number 2X, Seth Buell. Starting third from New Lenox, Illinois, number 42, Alan Gendusa. Starting fourth from Ashmore, Illinois, number 4R, Cameron Romack. Starting fifth from Dardine Prairie, Missouri, number 11R, Harrison Robarbs. Starting sixth from Hammond, Illinois, number 7F, Nolan Bartley. Starting seventh from Brazil, Indiana, number 5, Nate McMillan. Starting eighth from Mount Vernon, Illinois, number 15, Zach Bean. And starting ninth from Dalton City, Illinois, number 23T, Tyler Scott. This is your final heat race for the Cleveland Grain non-wing micros.
Field going to try to be organized as they make it off of turn number 2. We're going to stay yellow, it looks like. At least for now. Going to be just a couple more laps. As the field tries to get organized as they work their way back into turns number 3 and 4. So the field still trying to figure out if they're organized. Yes, they are. Caution lights are out around this facility. Once again, control of the field with Danny Hayes and Seth Buell as all 9 of them make it out onto the racetrack for heat race number 2. The Cleveland Grain non-wing micros. Heat race number 2 is underway. Danny Hayes gets a great jump. By the time he gets down to turn number 1, he gets maybe almost into a little bit of trouble there. I don't know if he maybe got on the chip or what, but that allows Seth Buell to go on by. Looks like almost, definitely just running out of speed at the end of the straights is Danny Hayes' car. Noah Bartley going to go by him on the inside as well. He's dropped back to 3rd from the start of the race. Definitely a big stack up there for that outside group. Cameron Romack drops back 2-3 positions as well. He's going to try to make his way back forward using that high line. One car into the infield, out of the race here at the end of lap number 2. That's Zach Bean. Single file is heat race number 2 of this Cleveland Grain non-wing micros. Seth Buell still with control. Noah Bartley 2nd. Danny Hayes 3rd. Harrison Robards in 4th. And so it does look like we do unfortunately have a transponder issue with one of the cars. That would be Danny Hayes. Everybody still single file, rolling that single groove down around the bottom of the racetrack. Cameron Romack tried to make that middle groove work. As here comes Harrison Robards to the inside of Danny Hayes. They bounce off the outside wall on the front stretch here. 4th, 3rd. It'll be Harrison Robards taking that away as they come to 2 to go this time. Battle up front heating up. Danny Hayes gets into the back bumper as they exit turn number 4 once again. Seth Buell still trying to defend from Noah Bartley for the heat race lead. Side by side back into turn number 3. Buell on the inside, Bartley on the outside. White flag waving, drag race to the line as they take the white flag. Bartley with the advantage as they head back into turn number 1. Noah Bartley still with control as they head into turns number 3 and 4 for the final time. Buell fires it in, not going to be enough as Noah Bartley comes off turn 4 and takes the 2nd Cleveland Grain non-wing micro heat race win. Seth Buell was 2nd, Harrison Robards 3rd, Danny Hayes 4th. 5th, Nate McMillan. 6th, Cameron Romack. 7th, Tyler Scott. 8th, Alan Gundusa. And 9th, Zach Bean, who went out of the race at the end of lap number 1.
And coming up next will be our high caliber graphics junior sprints with 2 heat races. 7 cars in the first heat race and 6 in the second. Your starting lineup for heat race number 1. Starting first from Bunker Hill, Illinois, number 49, Grayson Graham. Starting second from Festus, Missouri, number 1Z, Xander LaRose. Starting third from Tucson, Arizona, number 51, Easton Cambasy. Starting fourth from Desloge, Missouri, number 25P, Presley Hall. Starting fifth from Oakland, Illinois, number D52, Joseph Bonowitz. Starting sixth from Salon, Iowa, number 15, Casimir Brawl. And starting seventh from Charleston, Illinois, number 42, Dylan Schaefer. Once again, this is your high caliber graphics junior sprint heat race number 1.
They're out onto the racetrack. Caution lights are out on the facility. Nope, we're going to bring them back out. We did mention before earlier in the night, at least in the hot laps, Dylan Schaefer's car does need a little bit of assistance getting fired. So we will go to a delayed green as we get Dylan Schaefer's car fired up down there on the pit entry. That sounds like, unfortunately, Dylan Schaefer not going to be able to make it out onto the racetrack. They had some sort of other issue. Could not be resolved, so the caution lights will go out. Dylan Schaefer out of the race before it starts. Grayson Graham, Xander LaRose with control of the field as they make their way up towards the start cone in this high-caliber graphic junior sprint heat race number 1. At the restart cone, we're green. Can be a great jump there for Grayson Graham. He'll get easily clear by the time they make it down to turn 1. Not a great jump there for Xander LaRose. He'll get picked off by Easton Cambincy by the time they came off turn number 2. At the end of lap number 1, going to be Grayson Graham out in front. Already on the back bumper is Easton Cambincy trying to make a move work down there in turns 1 and 2. Doesn't make it happen down there. LaRose back in third, just watching this battle out in front of him. Cam Binsey gets it turned just a little bit better right in the middle of the corner, but it's not quite going to be enough to get around Grayson Graham. Great defense so far from Grayson Graham. Comes off turn number 2, a little bit higher than Cam Binsey. Binsey diving in a little bit deeper this time. Still can't get to the back bumper of Grayson Graham as they head back into turns number 1 and 2. About half a lane lower on entry is that number 51 machine at Easton Cam Binsey. Trying to find any hole in the gap of the defense of Grayson Graham's number 49. But Grayson Graham's now starting to find the groove out in front of the field. Is starting to put a little bit of time on Easton Cam Binsey out behind him. Just past the halfway point, 4 laps down, 4 to go. Coming to 3 to go this time. Cam Binsey gets a good run this time to the inside. Doesn't quite have a good enough of an opportunity to take the dive there into turn number 1. Backs it up, dives it back into turns 3 and 4. Still that number 49, Grayson Graham with control. Now he'll move his lane, half a lane down, cuts off that entry move from Easton Cam Binsey. Nice defensive move there from Grayson Graham. Holding on to this heat race lead. Definitely that 51 car, definitely just that little bit faster than Grayson Graham is right now. White flag waving for Grayson Graham as he comes off turn number 2. He's looking to take this heat race win as he comes off into turns number 3 and 4 for the final time. Grayson Graham is going to show a masterclass of defense to win the first high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race number 1. Second place will go to Easton Cam Binsey. Just could not find a hole in the defense of Grayson Graham. Third will go to Xander LaRose. Fourth, Presley Hall. Fifth will go to Joe Bonowitz. Sixth, Casimir Brow. And seventh was Dylan Schaefer, who did not start.
And as the cars cross the scales, we'll give you the starting lineup for your high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race number 2. Starting first from Concord, North Carolina, number 1B, Landon Bailey. Starting second from Doe Run, Missouri, number 5B, Evan Boyd. Starting third from Muhammad, Illinois, number 57, Nolan Leone. Starting fourth from Dawson, Illinois, number 25B, Case Bernard. Starting fifth from Lovington, Illinois, number 22F, Evan France. And starting sixth from Charleston, Illinois, number 95, Bentley Hopper. Once again, this is your final heat race for the high caliber graphics junior sprints. And they're on the track.
All 6 of them making it out onto the racetrack this time, it looks like. And they will get the 1 to go signal as they're just organized enough as they make their way into turn number 1. Caution lights are out for Landon Bailey and Evan Boyd, who are on the front row side by side, coming to the start cone for the second high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race. They're green. Going to be a great jump there for Evan Boyd as Landon Bailey's car just does not get going off the start. That's going to allow Case Barnard through as well up into second. We'll see, can Landon Bailey start to find the pace, at least when they find race pace in that number 1B. Just a weird start for him. Nolan Leone also on the back bumper looking for third. Nolan Leone got tight right down there on the bottom, right in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Don't know if he hit a rut or something. That car got way up the racetrack, and he loses a bunch of time to the cars out in front of him. Into the infield goes the 57 of Nolan Leone with an issue. He's out of the race. Still out in front, Evan Boyd by over 2 seconds over second place Case Barnard. Landon Bailey in third. Still looking for that opportunity to take away that second spot as they come to 4 to go this time. Boyd working through lap traffic around the outside on the entry to turn number 3. Still that battle for second ongoing. Case Barnard still trying to keep that number 1B of Landon Bailey out behind him. Bailey looked for that opportunity off in the inside off of turn number 4. Couldn't find it there. 3 to go for the second high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race. Now 2 to go for Evan Boyd. There you go. Now into lap traffic. Bailey's going to get the move done on Case Barnard. Gets it all done before they even get to the traffic. There, maybe that dirty air, just that little bit of a factor as they approach that number 95. White flag waving for Evan Boyd as he heads off into turn number 1. Bailey up to second now over Case Barnard. And they work their way through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. It's that 5B Evan Boyd taking the second high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race win. Second will go to Landon Bailey. Third, Case Barnard. Fourth will be Evan France. Fifth, Bentley Hopper. Sixth will be Nolan Leone, who went out of the race at the completion of lap number 2.
And coming up next will be the Mod Lights. We have a total of 10 entries for 2 heat races, 5 cars each race. Your starting lineup for the Mod Lights for heat race number 1 will be, starting first, from Oakland, Illinois, number 2D, Josh Bonowitz. Starting second, from Marion, Illinois, number 5, Corey Stevenson. Starting third, from Windsor, Illinois, number 93J, J.R. Wildermude. Starting fourth, from Festus, Missouri, number 8, Dylan Nager. And starting fifth, from Mitchell, Indiana, number 15, Jimmy Arthur. This is your Mod Light heat race number 1, and they're rolling on the, about ready to come out. Thought I saw one moving. Here they come. They're rolling onto the track now. Take it away, Casey.
Thank you once again, Kevin. Just waiting on the command from the tower where the Mod Light drivers, and they finally get it as they come out onto the racetrack to a 1-to-go signal right away. We're going to see who sets the pace early on. Could Josh Bonowitz, who has not raced here before on a Mod Light, can he keep Corey Stephenson, who has raced here before, can he keep him behind him off the initial start, or is he going to fade further back into the field? Looking for the green flag from our flagman, John Shipman, as they head towards the start cone over in turn number 4. Once again, will be Josh Bonowitz and Corey Stephenson. As they get to that start cone on the gas is Bonowitz. We're green. They're going to be 3 wide by the time they get down to turn number 1. Bonowitz just could not get the throttle down. He'll get to the inside. Trouble already. Caution comes out as Dylan Nager with an issue once again. Was the fastest car in hot laps, and unfortunately into the infield he'll go. I'm not sure if the caution was for a missed start. Oh, we do have debris down there in turn 1, so that would be what the caution is for. Our flagman saw the debris as Dylan Nager's car came through, and that would bring out the first caution of this Mod Light race.
Yep, and we should get lined up and underway again here very quickly.
Tower gives the command the track is clear. Back to the 1-to-go signal on a race restart. We'll see if Josh Bonowitz can keep his car out in front a little bit longer this time. That car just did not get going off the start. We'll see if he finds himself a little bit of a better start. Can he get the traction as he approaches that restart cone this time? Josh Bonowitz, Corey Stephenson in the front row once again. Here they come, back to the start cone. We're green once again on this Mod Light heat race number 1. No, he just cannot get the traction down, but he will not allow J.R. Wiltermude to his inside. He's going to hold on to second for now as Corey Stephenson's going to lead lap number 1. Now Josh Bonowitz falls into second, trying his outside as J.R. Wiltermude. Wiltermude just not finding any pace out there on that outside groove just yet. Just almost a little bit too long of a way to go around for that number 93 machine. 2 laps in the books for this Mod Light heat race number 1. Still out in front will be Corey Stephenson. Josh Bonowitz desperately trying to keep J.R. Wiltermude out behind him. Wiltermude down to the bottom of the racetrack into the tire tracks of Bonowitz as they head back into turn number 1. Moves about half a lane up on entry onto the outside of Josh Bonowitz. Going to really throw it in there to turns 3 and 4. Almost got called off a little bit by where Bonowitz was braking, it looked like. But they're going to keep it nice and organized as Corey Stephenson looking past the halfway point. He's got 3 laps to go in that number 5 machine. Wiltermude finally gets to the inside of Bonowitz exiting turn number 3. He's going to be clear by the time they make it off turn number 2 as Josh Bonowitz just could not find the traction once again underneath that number 2D machine. He fades back into third, still back and forth as the 15 of Jimmy Arthur. Now as the field gets single file as they come to the white flag, it's Corey Stephenson on point. Got almost half a track advantage over J.R. Wiltermude, who's over 3.5 seconds behind. Out in front, it's going to be Corey Stephenson coming to the checkered flag right here off of turn number 4, taking the first Mod Light heat race win of the night. Second place will go to J.R. Wilterud, finally able to find his way around Josh Bonowitz, who finished in third. Jimmy Arthur fourth, and then Dylan Nager out of the race with an issue of some sort, as he was out of the race in fifth. Is going to be credited with a did not start.
And while they exit the track, we'll give you the starting lineup for your Mod Light Heat Race number 2. Your starting lineup will be, starting first, from Christopher, Illinois, number U2, Danny Jolly. Starting second, from Benton, Illinois, number 24, Steve Cole. Starting third, from Windsor, Illinois, number 7W, Dustin Wiltermood. Starting fourth, from Metamora, Illinois, number 171, Brandon Freeberg. And starting fifth, from Harrisburg, Illinois, number 28, Matt Suzuki. This is your final heat race for the Mod Lights tonight.
And they're out onto the racetrack. All 5 of them will make their way out onto the racetrack. 1 to go signal been given to them. It looks like caution lights are out around the facility. 8 laps for this heat race number 2 for the Mod Lights. Coming up shortly with Danny Jolly and Steve Cole with control of the field as they head towards the start cone over to turn number 4. Green flags waving. Danny Jolly up towards the top side of the racetrack, trying to cut off Steve Cole's way of going around him. They'll stay side by side for the lead as they come off turn number 2. They're side by side for third. Out behind them, Freeberg on the inside. Wiltermood, that would be Dustin Wiltermood, trying to make moves work. It looks like just a little bit too high with Steve Cole that time. Danny Jolly gets clear by about almost a straightaway length now. That number U2 machine, Brandon Freeberg to the inside, bouncing as that inside grew. And that will allow Steve Cole to move around the outside, holds on to his second spot for now, that number 24 machine. Matt Suzuki looking for a way around Dustin Wiltermood, trying that outside groove now. Still doesn't have anything over there in turns 3 and 4. High side in turns 3 and 4, just not there tonight. Dustin Wiltermood holds on to fourth for now. Third still Brendan Freeberg as he gets some single file out behind him. Field is single file around the bottom of the racetrack now. Danny Jolly up the racetrack a lane, trying to figure out, see what his entry can do here as they just past the halfway point, that number U2 machine. Steve Cole closing rapidly on race leader Danny Jolly. He's there on the back bumper now by the time they get down into turns 1 and 2. Steve Cole to the inside off turn 2. Can't get the move done there. Back into turns 3 and 4. Side by side for the lead as they come off turn number 4. At the line, Jolly leads that lap. But Steve Cole going to be right there to his inside once again. Danny Jolly still rolling that top side just that little bit better. Into turn 3. It's going to be Steve Cole taking the white flag with the race leader this time. His first lap led of the race. Here he comes to the white flag this time. Danny Jolly going to be thinking about how to not do that later on tonight. Just that high groove wasn't there. Steve Cole's going to steal the win by faking the lead and leading just 2 laps here in heat race number 2 of the Mod Lights. So Steve Cole, the winner here of the second Mod Light heat race. Danny Jolly second, Brendan Freeberg third, Matt Suzuki fourth, Dustin Wiltermood in fifth.
And coming up next will be our Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Races. We have 2 heat races, 10 cars in the first race, 9 in the second. Your starting lineup for heat race number 1 will be from Lincoln, Illinois, number 22, Tanner Triplett. Starting second, from Danville, Illinois, number 88T, Tyler Taylor. Starting third, from Phoenix, Arizona, number 3, Drew Sherman. Starting fourth, from Harristown, Illinois, number 8J, J.J. Williams. Starting fifth, from Dardenne Prairie, Missouri, number 11R, Harrison Robarbs. Starting sixth, from Fairland, Indiana, number 95M, Noah Mell. Starting seventh, from Atwood, Illinois, number 90, Paul Day. Starting eighth, from Springfield, Ohio, number 84, Nate Bailey. Starting ninth, from Lomai, Illinois, number 70, Zach Dowler. And starting 10th, from Decatur, Illinois, number 16W, Hunter Walker. This is your Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 1.
So it looks like Tower might have them a little bit out of order, so they get around just one extra time. Well, maybe one more extra time, it looks like. Waiting on the one to go signal to be given. Still not given to this Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race. All right, sounds like Tower's got the order all sorted out. So after just a few laps of pacing, we'll get the one to go signal this time. So the caution lights will extinguish for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 1. They are ready to go. Tanner Triplett with a new top wing on that car after flipping in hot laps. Tyler Taylor to his outside as they approach the start cone over turns number 3 and 4. They're already at race pace by the time they make it there. We're green. Into turns 1 and 2. The field stays double file as they work their way off turn number 2. Out in front, Tyler Taylor going to fall back into second as Tanner Triplett throws the slider out into the lead. Now single file will go the top 4. Noah Mell trying the outside of Hunter Walker. He'll get on by him. Hunter Walker fights back to the inside, takes that spot back away. Hunter Walker from 10th now up to 5th. Out in front, Drew Sherman to the inside of Tyler Taylor. The field tried to keep it pretty well organized. Tyler Taylor looking back to the inside into 1 for second. Can't take it away again from Drew Sherman. Sherman back up to the point in second. 3 laps down, coming to halfway this time for Tanner Triplett. He's got Drew Sherman knocking on the back 4. Battle for third on behind them as they try to make their way back into turns 1 and 2. Everybody trying a different groove now. J.J. Williams up to third, past Tyler Taylor. Taylor still trying to run that outside groove. Here comes this, really tries to back up the entry to the corner as Drew Sherman. Tanner Triplett saw it coming, just stamped on the brakes, kept the car right down there on the apex of the corner. Doesn't allow Drew Sherman to get on by him. Trying that crossover move again. Drew Sherman just can't get to the inside. He's there looking. Almost a little bit of contact down there, turns 1 and 2 as they come to the white flag this time. Coming to the checker right here is going to be Drew Sherman as his will be a drag race behind him for second. Drew Sherman takes the first Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race win. Tanner Triplett just about holds on to second by 0.05 of a second over J.J. Williams, who finished in third. Then Tyler Taylor 4th, Harrison Robards 5th, Hunter Walker 6th, 7th Noah Mell, 8th will be Paul Day, 7th Zach Dowler, and then 10th was a non-starter of Nate Bailey.
Get any closer than that in racing out here. That was some good racing right there.
Absolutely. You see racing like that every single week, especially in this A-Class wing group. They know how to put on a good race around here.
And while the winners cross the scales, we will give you the starting lineup for your Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 2. Starting first, from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 97D, Larry Drake. Starting second, from Bloomsdale, Missouri, number 4X, Brian Martinelli. Starting third, from New Lenox, Illinois, number 96, Nate Casper. Starting fourth, from Benton, Illinois, number 41, Ryder Roberts. Starting fifth, from Pittsboro, Indiana, number 7S, Cannon Posey. Starting sixth, from Litchfield, Illinois, number 3E, Bodie Everett. Starting seventh, from Vincennes, Indiana, number 93, Logan Anderson. Starting eighth, from Chatham, Illinois, number 55J, Cameron Jacobs. And starting ninth, from Madison, Illinois, number 64, Caleb Sutherland. This is your final heat race for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing.
Look like we might give them one more lap as they're not quite going to be stacked up enough as they come off turn number 2. So we'll be 2 to green for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 2. So the field will get the one to go signal this time. And the caution lights will turn off around the facility once again here in Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 2. Larry Drake, Brian Martinelli, the control cars on the front row as they come to the start cone over in turn number 4, looking for the green flag. Larry Drake waits on it. It's going to give him a great jump by the time they make it down into turn number 1. He gets the field stacked up behind him. Martinelli gets stuck 3 wide middle. Everybody tries to scramble for positions as they work their way through turns 1 and 2. One of the bigger movers is going to be that number 96, Nate Casper, up to second off the start. Martinelli really holding up this pack up behind him. He's not that far off pace, but these guys around him just so much faster than him. And now he's going to get stuck 3 wide middle again. Cannon Posey on his inside. He had the 41 of Ryder Roberts to his outside. Trouble over there, turn number 2. Ryder Roberts making some heavy contact there with another car, and the caution will come out. Cameron Jacobs had nowhere to go on the 55J, getting caught up in that one as well. Be Caleb Sutherland, the car that is also was initially involved as well in the incident, along with Ryder Roberts.
And while we're waiting for this to be cleaned up, we would like to extend a very happy birthday to track owner Brian Rick. Brian, we know you're out there watching. You couldn't be with us tonight, but we all wish you a very happy birthday and a speedy recovery. I'd sing to you, but I can't sing, so we're going to let that one go.
I thought we let you sing before. I thought we did that before.
No, you don't want to hear that. Anyway, happy birthday, Brian. We miss you.
Absolutely. A very happy birthday to you, Brian. Track crew still working on getting the wreck cleaned up over there in turns number 1 and 2. They'll get Ryder Roberts pointed in the right direction first. Might need a little bit of assistance getting refired, or at least he wants something checked over on his race car, it might be looked like. So it looks like everybody will get going once again after the cleanup from that incident. Control of the field going to be back in the hands of Larry Drake with 6 laps to go on the coming restart. Then it's Nate Casper, Brian Martinelli, the top 3. Rest of the top 5 being made up of Cannon Posey and Bodie Everett. 6 will be Logan Anderson. Then 7th, Ryder Roberts. 8th, Caleb Sutherland. And 9th will be Cameron Jacobs. Going to make up the restart order on the coming restart. Going to get one to go this time. It looks like Larry Drake already looking like he wants to bring the field up towards the top side of the racetrack. He knows his control's so good up there on those restarts. Just like that, the one-to-go signal has been given, and the caution lights are out once again around the facility. Larry Drake, Nate Casper, Brian Martinelli, the top 3 on the coming restart for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 2. Larry Drake dives at the restart cone. We're back green. Martinelli almost gets picked off by Cannon Posey right off the initial start. Bodie Everett, a little bit of contact there on entry to turn number 1. Posey to the inside of Martinelli on the entry to 3. He'll take the third spot away for now. Everybody's trying to scramble for positions back in the back half of the field, as those faster cars trying to find their way back forward. Once again, Caleb Sutherland trying the outside of Logan Anderson. Anderson throws the block. 4 laps to go for Larry Drake out in front. He's got Nate Casper all over the back bumper for the race lead. Field still double file down there at the tail end of the field. Contact near that double file battle off of turn number 4, still up in front. Larry Drake holding on to that lead over Nate Casper. Casper ran the faster lap last time. See what Casper can do. See if Casper has any sort of speed. No, starts to fade away from Larry Drake as Larry Drake's starting to find the pace at that number 97D car. Field still trying to get themselves organized over there in turn number 2. White flag waving for Larry Drake, however, in the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race. He's holding on to his advantage for now as he's coming to the inside of turns number 3 and 4. Checkered flags waving for Larry Drake. He's going to take the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 2 win. Nate Casper second. Third goes to Cannon Posey. Fourth, Bodie Everett across the line. Fifth goes to Caleb Sutherland. Sixth, Logan Anderson. Seventh, Ryder Roberts. Eighth, Brian Martinelli. And ninth goes to Cameron Jacobs.
And coming up next will be our Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros with 16 entries, 2 heat races, 8 cars each. I'll get it here. Crap, where need to be lineups? Oh, up there. And your starting lineup for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros, heat race number 1 will be starting first from Oakland, Illinois, number 11R, Riley Bonowitz. Starting second from Paris, Illinois, number 79H, Kinzer Holloway. Starting third from Bunker Hill, Illinois, number 49, Grayson Graham. Starting fourth from Harrisburg, Illinois, number 14, Niles Tudor. Starting fifth from Lincoln, Illinois, number 21, Henry Schneider. Starting sixth from Brazil, Indiana, number 5, Caden Wells. Starting seventh from Springfield, Illinois, number 1K, Mackenzie Dowler. And starting eighth from Benton, Illinois, number 53, Natalie Hubbard. That is your Dirty Right Rear Restricted Heat Race number 1 lineup.
So Cameron Jacobs with an issue on that final lap of that last heat race. He's headed off back to the pit area on the hook. Unfortunate break for him. Hopefully we see him later on tonight. But of course, up next, the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. They're sponsored by the Dirty Right Rear Podcast, who are the regular weekly sponsor here at Coles County Speedway. The Dirty Right Rear Podcast is Southeast Missouri's dirt track podcast that focuses on dirt track racing in the Midwest, hosted by Jeremy Sutton and Jeremy Boyer. Many Coles County Speedway drivers have already been on the podcast as they chase a track championship. Tune in to the Dirty Right Rear Podcast weekly for amazing micro sprint content. And out onto the field, or out onto the racetrack, comes the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros Heat Race number 1, being led out by Riley Bonowitz, Kinzer Holloway, who are the front row as the caution lights are out right away, looking for the Dirty Right Rear Podcast restart cone and start cone. Here we go. We're green. It's going to be a great jump there for Kinzer Holloway into turn number 1, looking for the opportunity. Race stays green for now as Grayson Graham muscles on through into second. Still looking for a way around the inside. It'll be Riley Bonowitz trying to hold off Grayson Graham into turn number 1. Chops the door shut on Grayson Graham. Big stack up back there. Natalie Hubbard getting a big piece of it. And this will bring out the first caution of the race as Caden Wells' cars comes to a stop. Had a big stack up right there on the exit of turn number 2. Did complete a lap, so they'll go to a single file restart. Just kind of like what we've seen so far all night long, just stack ups at the front of the field, just slowly trickle their way back as the drivers at the back half of the field pretty much have to come to almost a dead stop and try to not run into the car in front of them. And unfortunately, a lot of the times in this case, it's that little bit of too much contact, and it ends up like you see Caden Wells stopped over there in turn number 2.
Yep, once again, it's a classic example of too many cars trying to get in too small a space of real estate. But they do a pretty good job for the most part of it, staying clean.
Looked like Caden Wells wanted to take a quick little look over of his race car by the track crew, and it looks like he may be done at this point. Kinzer Holloway into the infield from third with an issue. Don't know what went wrong underneath the hood of Kinzer Holloway's car, but he's out of the race. Now, at the time of caution, the third and fourth place cars are both out of the race at this point in time. Track crew going to be finding some debris up at the top side of the front stretch off of turn number 4, so an extended caution here is going to be needed. Riley Bonowitz going to have control of the field, however, on the coming restart. Then Grayson Graham in second. In third will be Niles Tudor. Fourth will be Natalie Hubbard. Fifth, Henry Schneider. And sixth would be Mackenzie Dowler. The 2 cars out of the race once again is going to be the number 5 of Caden Wells and Kinzer Holloway, the 79H, both in the infield. Still 7 laps to go here on heat race number 1 of the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. Coming to the Dirty Right Rear Podcast restart cone as they are down on the inside groove. Riley Bonowitz with control, gets a good jump, keeps Grayson Graham right behind her. Graham gets a great jump, though, down to the inside. A little bit of contact as they push their way up the racing track. And Grayson Graham through to the lead, and he'll lead his first lap of this heat race. Riley Bonowitz trying to hold that inside groove, trying not to let the rest of the field by her as well. Natalie Hubbard making her way through up to third. Going to look to Riley Bonowitz's inside on entry to turn number 3 and 4. She'll pick off second for now. Niles Tudor trying to make his way forward as well. He'll get around Riley Bonowitz as Riley Bonowitz still trying to just not lose any more positions at this point. Out in front still, that number 49 of Grayson Graham gone and away from the field. Natalie Hubbard second, third, Niles Tudor. Fourth, Riley Bonowitz for now. Instead of that 3-car battle for fourth. Mackenzie Dowler back in fifth. Sixth would be Henry Schneider. Dowler to the inside for fourth off of turn number 3. Couldn't quite find an opportunity there. Henry Schneider still looking for an opportunity to get around Mackenzie Dowler perhaps. The time's running out for the field as that in front still. Grayson Graham came to 2 to go that last time by. He'll still come to the white flag this time. Field mostly single file except for that 3-car battle for fourth out at the tail of the field. Dowler finally gets to the inside for fourth on Riley Bonowitz. She'll take it away by the time they make it back to turn number 1. Off of turn number 4, though, it's going to be Grayson Graham taking the checkered flag on the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro Heat Race number 1 win. Second will go to Natalie Hubbard. Third, Niles Tudor. Fourth, Mackenzie Dowler. Riley Bonowitz fades to fifth. Sixth, Henry Schneider. Kinzer Holloway. Caden Wells, the 2 non-finishers.
And a big shout out to Natalie Hubbard there. She started last and finished second. Did a really fine job working her way up through the field. And while they're getting the cars through the scales and off the tracks, we'll give you the starting lineup for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros Heat Race number 2. Starting first, from Benton, Illinois, number 16, Roper Roberts. Starting second from Imperial, Missouri, number 80, Aiden Wiegert. Starting third from Benton, Illinois, number 99G, Gentry Shelton. Starting fourth from Buffalo, Illinois, number 14V, Colton Vogel. Starting fifth from Springfield, Illinois, number 10, J.C. Standridge. Starting sixth from Johnson City, Illinois, number 42, Jackson Burks. Starting seventh from Harristown, Illinois, number 88A, A.J. Williams. And starting eighth from Tucson, Arizona, number 51, Easton Cambency. This is the final heat race for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros.
Out onto the track comes the second Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro Heat Race. 8 laps once again. All heat races tonight been 8 laps. They'll come to the 1-to-go signal right here on this second Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro Heat Race number 2. Caution lights out around the facility once again for the final heat race of the night at Coles County Speedway. Roper Roberts, Aiden Weigert, the front row, as they head for the start cone over in turn number 4. They're on the gas. We're green on heat race number 2 for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. We got a big stack up on the front stretch here. This will bring the caution number 1. J.C. Sandrich's car comes to a stop as they head off into turn number 1. But the field will slow it up as they come through turns 3 and 4. And J.C. Steinridge is going to need some help getting refired from the track crew if she can continue, which hopefully she can. Normally a pretty good race pace in that number 10 machine. So the field will get themselves back into double file for another full race restart. Still all 8 laps left to go on this one. One to go signal has been given from the flag stand and the tower. Only change in the running order, J.C. Sandwich to the tail for causing the first caution flag of the night in this heat race. But now it's Roper Roberts, Aiden Weigert once again with control of the field as they come to the start cone. We're green once again on the second Dirty Right Rear podcast. Heat race number 2. They get a little bit of contact there. Everybody tries to get their elbows out on the exit, the entry, to turn number 1. They do the same on the exit of turn number 2. A lot of contact there in the mid-pack. Like I said, J.C. Sandwich, so much race pace, she's already back up to 5th. Man, Weigert's car really tight down there on entry. He's going to lose third or second now to Colton Vogel as they make a little bit of contact out it. Still in the mid-pack. Everybody trying just to get it organized. Everybody tries to find some pace. Trouble. Front wing comes off. This will be a caution as it looks like J.C. Stanridge runs over it. At least I thought it was a front wing. It is a front wing off the 99, it looks like. Gentry Shelton's front wing, which comes off his race car. Tough break for him. That's what happens when you make just that little bit of too much contact with each other out on the racing surface. And he's going to lose a lot of front-end downforce for Gentry Shelton. Going to be a tough last 6 laps here on the second Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro Heat Race. So on the coming restart, Roper Roberts going to have control of the field. Colton Vogel second, Aiden Weigert third. Fourth will be A.J. Williams. Fifth, J.C. Stanridge. That's your top five. Sixth will be Gentry Shelton. Then Jackson Burts, Easton Cambency, seventh and eighth respectively. Caution lights out once again. 6 laps left to go on the second dirty right rear restricted micro heat race. Roper Roberts with control of the field. Where's he bring him? Up towards the top side of the racetrack he goes. He's on the gas early on this one. Going to see if we're going to get it called back. We're not. We're going to keep it green. Aiden Weigert picks off Colton Vogel off the start. Colton Vogel wasn't ready for it. So we stayed green off that restart past the dirty right rear podcast restart cone. We are going to call back now. Everybody trying to slow it down there in turns 3 and 4. Almost end up with 2 spins. Colton Vogel almost spun. Gentry Shelton does spin. And again, that front downforce just not high enough. That number 99G, it's not the kind of grip he was expecting in that race car. So the field is going to go back into their restarting positions, as I had mentioned before. Roper Roberts going to be the leader on the restart. Colton Vogel second. Aiden Weigert third. Gentry Shelton still trying to get it turned around. Fourth will be J.C. Stanridge on the coming restart. Then rounding out the top 5 will be Aiden Weigert. So third actually goes to A.J. Williams. Fourth goes to J.C. Stanridge. So the field, we're going to have to wait on Gentry Shelton to catch on up before we get going back underway on this second dirty right rear restricted micro heat race. Still waiting on that number 99 to make his way back up to his restarting position. Gentry Shelton going to be restarting 6th. Caution lights are out around the facility. Jackson Burke 7th, Easton Cambency 8th. So single file once again goes the field as they approach that dirty right rear restart cone. Roper Roberts, Colton Vogel, and A.J. Williams, the top 3 on the coming restart. Up towards the top side of the racetrack is Roper Roberts. We are green once again here on heat race number 2 of the dirty right rear restricted micros. Into turns number 1 and 2. The field mostly single file. Had one car duck out of line. That'd be the 99 of Gentry Shelton trying to find his way through. Doesn't find the clean air he was looking for down there on the berm. Still out in front, Roper Roberts, A.J. Williams in second. J.C. Stanridge up to third now after that early incident. Like I said, so much race pace in that number 10. She's going to have maybe a little bit more here. She can catch up to A.J. Williams. She's got Colton Vogel on the back bumper, though, just past the halfway point. 3 to go for race leader Roper Roberts. Here comes Vogel for third on the inside to turn number 1. Clear by the time he got there. Aiden Weigert in line, trying to find his way around J.C. Stanridge. Stanridge trying to keep the car turning. Just almost hits a rut again down there on the entry. She's got a problem. Her car coming to a slow run here on the front stretch. She keeps it around the front stretch. She cannot quite get it down to the bottom of the racetrack, and the caution will come out. Field will go around the outside of J.C. Stanridge's car. She tried to make it down to the infield in a green-white checkered. On the final, should be a final restart if they can, of the dirty right rear restricted micro heat race number 2. Control the field still with Roper Roberts, A.J. Williams in second, Colton Vogel third. Then Aiden Weigert fourth. Fifth will be Gentry Shelton. 6th, Jackson Burks. 7th, Easton Cambency. And, of course, out of the race, J.C. Stanridge. Once again, green-white checkered restart for the dirty right rear restricted micros. Just 2 laps to go. As the caution lights will be going out this time. Yes, they are out. Once again, control the field with Roper Roberts as he's already diving at the dirty right rear restart cone. We're green once again. A.J. Williams in line, trying to hold on Colton Vogel behind him. For second, Vogel, definitely the faster of the two cars. Coming to the white flag this time is the field. Out in front still, Roper Roberts. Roberts with well over control of the field, clear by a couple of car lengths. Over second place, A.J. Williams. Williams on his Colton Vogel on the back bumper. Checkered flags waving though for that number 16, Roper Roberts, taking the second dirty right rear restricted micro heat race win. A.J. Williams second, Colton Vogel third, Aiden Weigert fourth, Gentry Shelton fifth, Jackson Burke sixth, Easton Cambincy seventh, and then J.C. Sandridge out of the race in eighth. So the top three will head up over the scales once again. But once again, that will conclude heat racing for tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Up next, it'll be the first feature of the night. It's the vintage sprint cars. They're down there in the staging area. Two features before we head to intermission tonight. Vintage sprint cars and then the junior sprint feature. Then at intermission, we'll have the first Turn 4 Kids Club Power Wheel Race event down there in the infield. So top three over the scales, all clear and good. So that will allow for the vintage sprint car feature to make their way out onto the racetrack. 20-lap feature for the vintage sprint cars tonight. So here they come out onto the racetrack. Is going to be the vintage sprint car feature. No onboard starters on these cars, as we've mentioned so far tonight. So they are going to need a little bit of assistance from our track crew to get fired up. On the pole is going to be Trace Mailer from Oblon, Illinois in the 55. He's over in turn number 4. Alongside him will be Scott Plew in the 11 from Hudsonville, Illinois. Inside row number 2 in the third starting position is going to be Brent Morley from Melbourne, Australia in the 25E. Fourth will be Dan Ingram from Indianapolis, Indiana in the 31. And on row number 3, it'll be Jarrett Thomas from Paxton, Illinois in the 72 on the inside of the fifth starting position. Then rounding out the field in 6th will be Ron Fox from Jasonville, Indiana in the 8. This is once again your vintage sprint car feature. Tower's been given from the command to start pushing. So finally just Trace Mailer needing to get fired up. He's the last one to do so for this vintage sprint car feature. And he will do so. They're going to give him a couple laps, build engine heat, as they have not run in quite a while. Trace Mailer with control, probably going to keep his position over there in turn number 3. Just going to allow Scott Plew, everybody else to come around the racetrack and catch up to that number 55. Jarrett Thomas already doing so in that number 72. Seems like he's ready to go. Trace Mailer looks ready as well. He'll go get alongside Scott Plew. So we'll get them all organized as they come off turn 4 this time. 1 to go, signal being given. Here we go, the first feature of the night, the vintage sprint cars, 20 laps. On the pole, once again, Trace Mailer, Scott Plew alongside him. Then Brett Morley, Dan Ingram, Jared Thomas, Ron Fox. This vintage sprint car feature field tonight. 20 laps once again for these vintage sprint cars as they head their way over towards the start cone in turn number 4. Trace Mailer's waiting on the gas. He's on it. We're green on the first feature of the night. Into turn number 1. Goes Trace Mailer off onto the point. Trying to keep it 2 wide out behind him for a second. They're almost 3 wide for the lead by the time they make it down into turn number 3. Dan Ingram to the inside of Scott Plew. Plew gets it blocked on his exit. He tried to get the power down, just could not get alongside Dan Ingram as he's hard on the brakes right down there in the middle of the corner. Out in front, Trace Mailer going to try to get away. Almost more contact there between Dan Ingram and Scott Plew as they work their way back off of turn number 4. These guys super tight, super equal race cars for that second position. Trace Mailer looking like he's taking it pretty easy so far. Doesn't need to push that number 55. He knows he's got the car to win. That's exactly what he's doing right now. Scott Plew still trying everything he can to get around Dan Ingram. Gets right in line. Still trying that outside groove. 17 laps to go. Coming to 16 to go. 4 laps complete for Trace Mailer, the leader of this vintage sprint car feature. Top 4 still under a blanket. Here we go. Plew alongside for second. He finally takes it away from Dan Ingram. And Scott Plew finally into second place. Can he chase down as Dan Ingram hard into the outside wall here on the front stretch. We got a caution. Big time broken suspension for Dan Ingram. He had hit the berm down there on the entry to turn number 3. Took out the restart cone, and then momentum just kind of carried him up the racetrack. And we end up with the result we see in the infield over in turn number 2. It's a ton of damage for Dan Ingram. Really tough break for him. These guys are just so equal to each other out on the racetrack. They know they have to give everything they can, and sometimes they push it just a little bit too far. And Dan Ingram's car stuck down in the infield, going to need a wrecker to get pulled down further into the infield into a safer position. So we just a quick cleanup, it looks like. Hopefully. This track crew is going to get Ingram's car down to either a safer spot or back to the pit area. Trace Mailer is going to have control of the field on the coming restart. Once again, Ingram's car up on the hook. Scott Plew behind him. Then Brent Morley. Jarrett Thomas and Ron Fox will be the remaining cars. So track crew has gotten Dan Ingram's car to a safer spot in the infield. And with that, the 1-to-go signal will be given this time to this vintage sprint car feature field. 5 laps complete, 15 to go. Here they come, up towards the restart cone. Trace Mailer gets the bump from Scott Blue. That's just about the jump he needed. Heads off into turn number 1 with a couple of car length advantage over Scott Blue. Blue has about a car length advantage over Brent Morley in third. Morley trying to dive it into turns number 3 and 4. It's not going to be enough for him. Single file still goes the field. Hard on the brakes. You can see the sparks flying underneath the number 11 of Scott Blue, trying to everything he can to catch up to Trace Mailer as they come off turn number 4. This time Morley taking an opportunity here. He gets to the inside for second, trying to take that spot away. Trace Mailer going to try to keep his lead in that number 55. He's going to try to slide up here on the exit of turn number 4. Does he do so? Yes, he does. Just about throwing the block, not allowing Scott Blue to gain any sort of momentum. Now Scott Blue to the inside. Trace Mailer's car's pace is for some reason just falling away. That number 55, he backs up the exit, makes a little bit of contact there as they come off of turn number 4. Scott Blue on the point now in the vintage sprint car feature. 9 laps complete, 11 to go. Coming to halfway this time now is Scott Blue leading his second lap of this race. Halfway, shown by the flagman at the flag stand. Trace Mailer trying to find anything he can underneath the hood of that number 55 pace for whatever reason. It's just fallen away from Trace Mailer. Brent Morley in third, trying to hang on out behind him. Nine to go, coming to 8 to go is Scott Blue, this time in control of this vintage sprint car feature. Still a ton of sparks flying underneath the number 11. He's really hard on the brakes, trying to get the car woed up on entry, and it's doing a good job for him so far. Second advantage over Trace Mailer. Mailer backing away as he's almost falling into the hands of Brent Morley, who's the 2.5 back of the race leader. Still single file the field. Everybody trying to figure out what groove's going to work for them the best. Trace Mailer still likes that bottom groove. Blue likes the middle, and Morley kind of going up and down in between the bottom and the middle. Coming to 5 laps to go is Scott Blue. Brent Morley really dove it in there to turn 3, trying to get to the inside of Trace Mailer. Just could not get the car to stop. Ends up losing a bunch of time there to him. This might be how they're going to finish unless they get a caution. At this point, field pretty separated at this point in time. 4 laps to go for Scott Blue. 2.5 advantage for Scott Blue. That's Trace Mailer finally finding the pace, finally finding a rhythm, but it's too little, too late for that number 55 at this point. 3 to go for Scott Blue. 2.5 advantage for that number 11 machine as he rolls into turns 3 and 4, coming to 2 to go this time. Mailer still trying to find anything that works, trying everything he can to gain any time possible, just not finding it at all. Scott Blue takes the white flag this time on the vintage sprint car feature. Back into turns 1 and 2 for the final time. That number 11 approaching the lap traffic of Ron Fox still has a lot of ground out behind him to play with. Off of turn number 4, Scott Blue takes the first feature of the night in the vintage sprint car feature. Trace Mailer woes it up just that little bit, finishes in second. Definitely took it easy on that final lap off of turn number 4. Brent Morley third. Jarrett Thomas fourth. Ron Fox fifth. Dan Ingram out of the race in sixth. He only completed 5 laps. So Scott Blue going to make the hard left-hand turn into victory lane. Scott Blue from Hudsonville, Illinois. Started second in this one, going to take the win. His second win of the year here at Coles County Speedway in the vintage sprint car. Down there in victory lane, he'll be interviewed by, once again, our victory lane reporter, Kevin Mintz. Kevin?
Thank you, Casey. He's up out of his car. Let's give a big round of applause to Scott Blue from Hudsonville, Illinois. Our vintage sprint feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. All right, Scott, first off, congratulations. You made a really nice pass there off that, right after that restart in there. What can you tell me about it?
Well, before the caution, it felt like it came in, and right when we had that caution, I thought, well, surely he's going to move up and take that away. And I was really surprised when he went back to the bottom, kind of left the door open for me.
Cool. What can you tell me about your car here?
This is John and Paula G on this car. Thank you to them for letting me drive it. We got Moss's Well Service, the Tasty Freeze, Taco Tequilas, VP Racing, Angie's on Wheels, Archer's Race Cars and Fabrication. We've got a lot of people to thank, but this has been a lot of fun tonight.
Yeah, it takes a big team. What chassis and what motor are you running?
This is a 1985 Oz, and it is a 355 built by NPD.
Got me back in. Okay. Once again, everybody, let's get a big round of applause to Scott Plew for our vintage sprint car feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
One more feature coming up before we head to intermission. It's going to be the high caliber graphic junior sprints. All right, another congratulations to Scott Plew, your first feature winner of the night here at Coles County Speedway in the vintage sprint car class. Up next, going to be the high caliber graphic junior sprints. On the pole is going to be Evan Boyd from Doe Run, Missouri. Alongside him will be Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois. Third will be Easton Campency from Tucson, Arizona in the 51. Fourth will be Landon Bailey from Concord, North Carolina in the 1B. Fifth will be Case Barnard from Dawson, Illinois in the 25B. Sixth will be Xander LaRose from Festus, Missouri in the 1Z. Seventh will be Evan Franz from Lovington, Illinois in the 22F. Eighth will be Presley Hall from Dead Slosh, Missouri in the 25P. Ninth will be Joe Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois in the D52. 10th will be Kashmir Brow from Solon, Iowa in the 15. 11th will be Nolan Leone from Mahomet, Illinois in the 57. 12th, Bentley Hopper from Charleston, Illinois in the 95. And 13th will be Dylan Schaefer from Charleston, Illinois in the 42. This is going to be your high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. 15 laps for these junior sprints tonight. This would be the last feature before intermission. Okay, race fans, unfortunately, I was incorrect. Track crew has a spot over in turn 1 they are relatively concerned about. Don't want the junior sprints out on the racetrack. So you have had a hole down in turn number 1. So we are going to take our intermission right now. So we would like our Power Wheel race to make its way out onto the racetrack. It stopped right out here on front stretch at the flag stand. Once again, our Power Wheel race would like you to stop right here at the flag stand before we get you On the racetrack for the first annual Turn 4 Kids Club Power Wheel Race, we have Lucas on the racetrack. He completes his 1 lap, and that is our first Turn 4 Kids Club Power Wheel Race complete. Of course, if you ever want to join one of these fun events held by the Turn 4 Kids Club, you can grab a admissions packet at the general admission window right here on the front stretch tower. Completely free to join, and whoever gets the most punches on their Turn 4 Kids Club card is entered for a special surprise at the end of the racing season. Here we go into turn 1 of the Turn 4 Kids Club Power Wheel Race. We do, in fact, have a 2-car race, it looks like. The pink go-kart looks like getting out to an early advantage. The black and orange Jeep falling a little bit behind as they come through turns 3 and 4. It looks like the win is going to go to the pink go-kart here on the front stretch. Looks like they're going to do another lap. Kevin, I'm going to throw it down to you for a little bit of post-race coverage once they get done here. Advantage.
Looks like we got Haley in first place here, followed by Lucas. Where's she going?
They're going again.
All right.
Oh, okay. I think they're just going around. I'll look at their price.
Okay, we're down here trackside with Haley and Lucas, right? Haley, I think you just edged them out at the end. It was a good, hard race. You want to wave your flag? There you go. Come around here and you get your pictures taken.
Good job.
Smile.
Okay, she went to get your.
All right, hang on here a minute. They're going to bring you a prize out here. So you guys had a good, hard race. You had a little contact down there coming out of turn 4. What do you think of it?
I think it was good, and I think I did good.
I think you did real good. How about you?
I did good, and I think I won it.
Think you won it? I don't know. I think she was there first. I think she got you on that last turn, I think.
I almost hit her in the tires.
I saw that. You guys did collide a little bit there. That's some good hard racing, right? All right. What's your full name?
Haley Ann Robards.
Haley Ann Robards. And your full name?
Lucas Brow.
Lucas Brown. Haley, you kept turning your lights on. You wanted to see her coming, trying to intimidate her a little bit?
I wish I did turn my lights on for the whole race.
Yeah, there you go. All right. All right, we'll turn around to the crowd. Let's give a big round of applause. Haley Robards and Lucas Brown. Great job, guys.
Okay.
All right.
So track prep still ongoing here at the Speedway. Going to be definitely a few more minutes before we can get any sort of other racing action out on the facility. So while you're at this little intermission, make sure you check out the Turn 4 Cafe, where you can get all the food and drinks you might need during tonight's racing events. They've got Butch's Pizza down there, along with, which is most likely, any of your favorite drinks. Make sure to visit the Turn 4 Cafe during the racing action every week at the north end of the facility off of turn number 4. The Turn 4 Kids Clubs is one of the great ways to get your kids involved with the Speedway every week. Kids who join the Turn 4 Kids Club get free admission all season, a free bag of popcorn or popsicle each week, along with the opportunity to participate in kid club activities all year long at the Speedway. Whoever gets the most punches on their Turn 4 Kids Club card is entered for a special surprise at the end of the racing season. The best part is that the Turn 4 Kids Club is completely free to join. So grab a packet at the general admission window and get your kids signed up for the Turn 4 Kids Club tonight. Track prep still ongoing here at the Speedway in Mattoon, Illinois. Going to be probably about another 5, 10, 15-ish minutes before we get the junior sprints out onto the racetrack for their feature. Obviously still working over that spot in turn 1 that the track crew just does not feel safe with putting the junior sprints out on the racetrack. And their sponsor, the High Caliber Graphics, is the returning sponsor of the Junior Sprint Class at Coles County Speedway. High Caliber Graphics specializes in motorsport designs and services throughout the Midwest region. High Caliber Graphics provides the trophies also seen in Victory Lane here at Coles County Speedway. Drivers and teams who need a high-quality wrap for their cars should check out High Caliber Graphics by following their Facebook page. The Keith Coons Motorsport Challenge Series returns to the historic Coles County Speedway on July 18th and 19th. The best drivers in the world will descend on Mattoon, Illinois to compete for a win in any of the 3 classes running that weekend, which include stock non-wings, non-wing restrictors, and junior sprints. Can any of last year's winners return and win again in the Keith Coons Motorsport Challenge? Find out on July 18th and 19th right here at Coles County Speedway. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior sprint drivers to your cars. Junior sprint drivers to your cars. Attention at the racetrack, attention at the racetrack. Track crew, make your way back down to the infield. Track crew, make your way back down to the infield. Race fans, sounds like we're getting pretty close back to racing action once again here at the Speedway. Should be just a few more minutes before we get these junior sprints out onto the racetrack. For their feature, just 5 features left to run tonight. The vintage sprint cars, of course, I've already run tonight. Scott Plew, the winner earlier on tonight. Trace Mailer was second. Brent Morley rounded out the podium in third. If you're ever unsure of the running order of the weekly racing here at Coles County Speedway, you can always find the weekly schedule events by simply scanning the yellow QR code that can be found around the facility. The second running of the Tom Rick Memorial Race Weekend is scheduled for July 10th through the 12th and is going to be a can't-miss event. You've already seen the best midget racers in the world at Coles County Speedway, but the second Tom Rick Memorial will bring the best microsprint drivers in the world right here to Mattoon. Over $13,000 will be paid out to the winner, making it the highest-paying Winged Outlaw micro race in 2025. You can't wait to see you here at the racetrack for the second Tom Rick Memorial Race, held from July 10th through the 12th. On the racetrack now, you see the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprints out on the racetrack for their 15-lap feature. Evan Boyd, Grayson Graham, row 1. Row 2 being made of Easton Cambency, Landon Bailey. Row 3, you'll have Case Barnard and Xander LaRose. Row number 4, you'll have Evan France, Presley Hall. Row 5 will be Joe Bonowitz and Casimir Brown, who rounds out the top 10. Then Nolan Leone, Brentley Hopper making up row number 6. And finally on row 7, all by himself, will be Dylan Schaefer in the 13th and final starting position. Once again, this is your High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. Dylan Schaefer going to need a little bit of assistance. Looking like car comes to a stop over in turn number 2. So we're going to bring you back through the starting lineup once again. Evan Boyd in the number 5B on the pole, with Grayson Graham in the 49 alongside him. Easton Cambency in the 51, Landon Bailey in the 1B starting 3rd and 4th respectively. 5th of Case Barnard will be in the 25B. 6th is Xander LaRose in the 1C. 7th, Evan France in the 22F. 8th, Presley Hall in the 25B from Desolage, Missouri. 9th will be Joe Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois in the D52. 10th will be Casimir Brown in the 15. 11th, Nolan Leone in the 57 in 11th. Bentley Hopper in the 95 starts 12th. So Nolan Leone with an issue. He'll be the second car to come to a stop here, under pacing. And 13th, Dylan Schaefer in the 42. Both Dylan Schaefer and Nolan Leone cars coming to a stop. Nolan Leone gets it refired. He'll keep it going. But it looks like Dylan Schaefer's car is still needing a little bit of assistance. Nolan Leone still with issues on that number 57. Track crew, I think, are going to make the decision to send that car to the infield. So Nolan Leone to the infield. So Nolan Leone's car into a safe position down there in the infield. Coming to the one to go signal this time will be the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprints. Off into turn number 1. They'll wait for the caution lights to turn off. They will. And just like that, control of the field being given to Grayson Graham and Evan Boyd as they approach the start cone over in turn number 4. At the start cone, Evan Boyd is on the gas, and we're green. Going to be a great jump there for Grayson Graham down into turn number 1. He slides a little bit too high, makes contact with the back bumper of Easton Cambinsey. Cambinsey, of course, getting just that little bit tight on the exit of turn number 2. Isn't quite able to hold on to that second spot. He'll fall back into third. Xander LaRose finding his way forward as well. Further back, you'll see the 25B of Case Barnard up to 5th, working his way around the 1B of Landon Bailey. Bailey tries to fight back to the inside. We got trouble over in turn number 2. The number 95 of Bentley Hopper goes for a spin, it looks like. Caution will come out at the completion of lap number 2. And 13 laps will remain here on the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. Going to be just a quickie yellow here, it looks like, trying to help that number 95 of Bentley Hopper get turned around. Evan Boyd going to have control of the field when they come back to green. Grayson Graham, Easton Cambinsey, Xander LaRose, Case Barnard will be the top 5. Then it's Landon Bailey, Presley Hall, Joe Bonowitz, Evan France, Casimir Brow, the top 10. Then Dylan Schaefer, Bentley Hopper make up the rest of the field. Nolan Leone out of the race, of course, did not make the start. What to go signal given for these junior sprints once again. These High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprints having 13 laps to go. 2 laps complete for Evan Boyd as he's going to bring the field up towards the restart cone. Looking for an advantage. He dives at it this time. Much higher groove than you would normally see a restart here at Coles County Speedway. Green flags waving. Going to be a good enough jump for Evan Boyd to hold on to that advantage by the time they make it through turns 1 and 2. Grayson Graham falls back in line. Easton Cambinsey trying to find his way forward as well. Nolan Leone gets his car refired, trying to get his car to a safer position, it looks like. Most of the field trying to keep it relatively organized. Presley Hall trying to work underneath Joe Bonowitz, it looks like, for about the 7th spot. She'll pick off Landon Bailey as they roll off into turns 3 and 4 for about the 6th position. Out in front, still Evan Boyd with a 1.5 second advantage over Grayson Graham. Graham has Easton Cambinsey still all over the back bumper for that 2nd spot. Cambinsey looking for an opportunity off 3. Can't do it down there. Bailey with an issue over at the top of turn number 2. Car is slowed down there, trying to pull it down to the infield, trying to keep it green as the field. We've got Schaefer with an issue as well. One car hard it to the fence off of turn number 4 just as the caution comes out. That would be Dylan Schaefer. The teammate car, Bentley Hopper, also had an issue at the exact same time off of turn number 4. So you had about 3 incidents there, 3 completely different spots on the racetrack happening all at once. 5 laps now scored as complete on the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. Dylan Schaefer caught the outside wall off turn number 4. Damage doesn't look too bad for him. The other 2 cars out is going to be Bentley Hopper, and then Landon Bailey also out of the race. Had his issue off too. When to go signal being given likely next time by. Evan Boyd with control of the field once more. He'll have 10 more laps to hold on. Can Grayson Graham find a way around him on this restart? Easton Cambinsey 3rd, Xander LaRose 4th, Case Barnard 5th, Presley Hall 6th, Joe Bonowitz 7th, Evan France 8th, Casimir Brown, 9th. Dylan Schaefer, 10th. The remaining cars on the racetrack. 1 to go signal given once again on this high caliber graphic junior sprint feature field. The caution lights extinguish over in turn number 1. Evan Boyd with control of the field once again. Does he bring the field up towards the top side of the racetrack once again, or does he go back to the bottom? No, he goes to the top once more. Dives at that restart cone a little bit earlier than last time. We're green once again on the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Into turn number 1. Evan Boyd clear by a couple car lengths. Back behind him, Grayson Graham still has Easton Cambency looking for an opportunity around the defensive end. Trying around the north end of the facility now. Doesn't have an opportunity down there. Back here in turns 1 and 2. Cambency has the door wide open as Grayson Graham enters way too high. Graham back into third as Cambency moves through into second. Evan Boyd still well clear of the field by a second and a half and pulling away at a pretty convincing rate now in that 5B. Easton Cambency is going to may just have to settle for second unless he gets another late race restart. 7 laps to go on the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Schaefer with an issue on the backstretch. This is the caution that Cambency needed, and he'll come to a stop in turn number 3. Yeah, that damage from that earlier incident off turn number 4 finally catching up to Dylan Schaefer. Unfortunately, it looked like he might be out of this race at the completion of lap number 7. For him, completion of lap number 8 for the rest of the field. So Dylan Schaefer out of this race will be the 4th car out. He will join Landon Bailey, Bentley Hopper, and Nolan Leone as the other cars out of this race. Evan Boyd, once again, so far led flag to flag, looking to continue that on this next restart. Easton Cambency right behind him for the first time on a restart, looking for an opportunity to maybe take this lead away. Caution lights will extinguish around the facility. Grayson Graham will be restarting in 3rd. 4th will be Xander LaRose. 5th, Case Barnard. That's your top 5 on the next restart. As they approach the backstretch looking for the restart cone. Okay, over in turn number 4. Evan Boyd, Easton Cambency. The front 2, Easton Cambency giving him a little bit more room this time. Green flags waving. Evan Boyd gets a great jump there. Not sure why Cambency gave him as much room as he did. And Evan Boyd going to be cleared by a much larger margin than he normally is on these restarts. They come back around to complete the first lap back under green. 6 to go on the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Lap times about a 10th slower for Cambency. Field largely single file. Presley Hall might have Joe Bonowitz looking for 6 underneath her as she rolls back through turns 3 and 4. But still out in front, pretty much likely going to finish where you see him right now. 5 laps to go for Evan Boyd's second advantage. As Joe Bonowitz looks to the inside of Presley Hall for 6. Can't make the move stick down there in 3 and 4. Forced to back out of it. And everybody holds their positions as they run. 3 laps to go now for Evan Boyd back into turn number 1. Rest of the field still single file as everybody's getting into a rhythm now. Fortunately, too little too late for the majority of this field. Evan Boyd's been the class so far. 2 laps to go for that number 5B machine. Evan France has Casimir Brow all over the back bumper as Presley Hall's going to get passed by Joe Bonowitz. She slips up in 3 and 4. Bonowitz up to 6. White flag waving for Evan Boyd back into turn 1 for the final time. Hall with a bigger issue on that number 25P. Just going to try to finish this race as Presley Hall, but over in turns 3 and 4 for the final time. It's that 5B. Evan Boyd taking the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature win. Easton Cambency going to have to settle for 2nd. Grayson Graham 3rd. Xander LaRose 4th. Case Barnard 5th. Joe Bonowitz 6th. Evan France 7th. Casimir Brow 8th. Presley Hall 9th. Dylan Schaefer the first non-finisher. Then Landon Bailey, Bentley Hopper, and Nolan Leone. So the top 3, once again, have to go over the scales. Make sure those cars do meet minimum weight requirements. So long as they do, that number 5 be Evan Boyd into Coles County Speedway victory lane. From Doe Run, Missouri. It's his first start here of the year, and it'll be his first win at the racetrack once he goes over the scales. And it looks like it's all good on the scales for Evan Boyd from Doe Run, Missouri. He'll pull into victory lane. First time winner here at Coles County Speedway. And it's a good night to do it. Return to racing. Pretty hot night. Very nice night. And he leads flag to flag. On to the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Kevin Mintz, you're going to be down there with our newest winner here at Coles County Speedway.
Yeah, all right. All right, folks. Evan Boyd from Doe Run, Missouri, your high caliber graphic junior sprint feature Speedway. Come on over, Evan. Well, congratulations, number one, and you drove a really good race. The car looked fast. You did a really good job on the restarts, and then when you got to lap traffic, you really cut through it.
Yeah, my dad made my car really fast, and I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my brother Matt, Jeremy Boyer, Jeremy Sutton, the Dirty Right Rear Podcast, Boyer Cattle, GD Hauling, Prestige Trucking, Truck Co., Sammy's Hauling, and I think that's it.
Cape Electric.
Cape Electric.
All right. So you say your dad, your whole family made the car fast, huh?
Yeah,
Feel good out there?
yeah.
All right. All right, folks. Well, let's hear it again for Evan Boyd from Doe Run, Missouri, your high caliber graphics junior sprint feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
Once again, another big congratulations to Evan Boyd, the newest winner here at Coles County Speedway in the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Up next, the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. They're running 25 laps, 5 laps longer than their normal distance tonight because it's $750 to win for them today. A little bit of a higher payout for the race winner. Draws about 5 extra laps for them tonight. On the pole is going to be Drew Sherman from Phoenix, Arizona in the 3. Alongside him will be Larry Drake from Terre Haute, Indiana in the 97D. Third will be Nate Casper from New Lenox, Illinois in the 96. Fourth will be Cannon Posey from Pittsboro, Indiana in the 7S. Caleb Sutherland from Matson, Illinois in the 64 starts 5th. With Tanner Triplett from Lincoln, Illinois starting alongside him in 6th in the 22 car. J.J. Williams from Harristown, Illinois in the 8J starts 7th with Bodie Everett from Litchfield, Illinois in the 3E starting in 8th. Starting 9th will be Hunter Walker from Decatur, Illinois in the 16W. Alongside him, rounding out the top 10 will be Tyler Taylor from Danville, Illinois in the 88T. Harrison Robards from Darien Prairie, Missouri in the 11R starts 11th with Logan Anderson from Vincennes, Indiana in the 93 starting 12th. Noah Mell from Farland, Indiana in the 95M starts 13th with Ryder Roberts from Benton, Illinois starting 14th in the 41 car. Cameron Jacobs from Chatham, Illinois in the 55J starts 15th with Paul Day from Atwood, Illinois in the number 90 starting 16th. Zach Dowler in the 17th starting position in the 70 is from Laomi, Illinois. And starting 18th will be Nate Bailey from Springfield, Ohio in the 84. And rounding out the field in the 19th and final starting position will be Brian Martinelli in the 4X from Bloomsdale, Missouri. This is your Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. Spartan Transportation is the proud sponsor of the A-Class Wings at Coles County Speedway. Spartan Transportation offers over 75 years worth of experience among their logistics specialists. Thanks to their experience, you can rest assured that your freight will always be managed safely and with the highest priority. Thank you once again to Spartan Transportation for sponsoring the A-Wing class at Coles County Speedway. Still waiting on all good from Tower and pit control down there in the pit area before we get this 25-lap feature for the Spartan Transportation A-Class wing cars out onto the racetrack. And it sounds like we've been given the command by the Tower. They're ready to go for a 25-lap feature for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing. $750 paycheck on the line for these drivers tonight. A little bit higher of a payout than they would normally get here at Coles County Speedway. So again, like I mentioned earlier, 5 extra laps for these guys tonight. And the regulars that always run great here at Coles County Speedway have already found themselves up front. They don't have a long way to go for these 25 laps. One of those drivers who does, who's typically pretty well. You see him back there, the 3E of Bodie Everett. Finds himself a little bit further back in the field, back at 8th. He's got to have a long way to go up towards the front. Got a lot of good race cars right in front of him on this outside groove. This whole field's so close to each other in terms of performance. And we're going to see a really good battle here in the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. Paul Day finally making his way out onto the racetrack. Dr. Dirt himself. That number 90 machine off of turn number 2. It was the last car we were waiting on. He's looking like he might be looking over something on his engine, it looks like, as he drops his flashlight, unfortunately. Either he was dropped his flashlight or he was handing it off to that track crew member down there. Either way, Paul Day will tag back in over to his starting position in the field. Towers just getting everybody all sorted out into their starting positions. Paul Day needs to move up a row, it looks like. Martinelli needs to drop back a row. And they'll get that all sorted out. And we'll be ready to go. Two to green, coming to one to green this time by for the Spartan Transportation A-Class wing cars. On their 25-lap feature tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Mentioned earlier, these drivers so equal in performance in terms of their equipment. And we'll see what they can do here on this amazing-looking race. They've had a great night so far in terms of speed, great racing all throughout. The heat races in the Spartan Transportation A-Class wings as they come to the start cone for the feature. We're green. Larry Drake way up the racetrack off the start. Drew Sherman gets away from him. You'll have Nate Casper find his way through as well. He'll go through to second. Larry Drake fights back to the inside through turns 3 and 4. They're 3 wide for a third, almost 4 wide as one car falls further back. That's Nate Casper into the pack. Tanner Triplett falling back as well. Harrison Robards going back by him. A lot of jostling for positions here early on as the field tries to get themselves organized out in front. Still Drew Sherman way out in front. Over now Larry Drake, who's about half a second slower than him that last lap time. We'll might see what they come across the line this time. Nate Casper still trying to find some pace underneath that car. He's back into 6th for now. He's got a whole pack of cars that want to go forward right behind him. Everybody trying to keep it going. 3 now, 4 laps complete for Drew Sherman. Larry Drake, 1 second behind him exactly. Then Caleb Sutherland, Caden Posey, J.J. Williams, the top 5 as they work their way back off to turns 3 and 4. Top 7 single file as they make their way back into turns number 1 and 2. Then the field out behind them, it's double file racing all throughout. Like I mentioned, we were going to see great racing in this feature, and sure enough, we are seeing it on the racetrack right now. Everybody trying to keep it all going in the right direction. Caleb Sutherland to the inside of Larry Drake off of turn number 4 for second. Drake holds on, moving that outside groove. He blocks the groove now into the middle of the racetrack as they go through turns 1 and 2. 7 laps complete. Now 8 for Drew Sherman as he works through lap traffic. Caleb Sutherland through to second through turns 3 and 4. Sutherland now going to try to set sail away from Larry Drake. Kenan Posey coming his way forward as well. Still right in front, Drew Sherman working his way through heavy lap traffic at the moment. He splits him 3 wide middle. He knows he's got to go, and sure enough, he just sent it in there to turn 1, and he gets it done. What a move there from Drew Sherman. Great heads-up move for him. Almost looks like a chunk of debris might almost come off that 84 car. Body panel of some sort, definitely flapping loose. We'll have to keep an eye on that one with 15 laps to go. Drew Sherman still on point. The rest of the field still just trying to keep it organized as they all come through lap traffic. It's easy to lose these race cars. Who's racing each other? One of those cars coming forward. J.J. Williams picked off Kenan Posey at some point during this race. Now he's closing in on Larry Drake. Drew Sherman does not have any cars separating himself and Caleb Sutherland. He's about a 10th slower. Tanner Triplett, a relatively fast car, is out in front of him. They're 3 wide, navigating through lap traffic in turns 3 and 4. Racing all over the racetrack. Everybody's 2 wide, 3 wide. Oh, Harrison Robards up and over big time over in turn number 2. Red flag is going to be out. He was trying to navigate through lap traffic 3 wide middle. It looks like he just caught the right rear tire of the 7D of Zach Dowler. Got a bicycle through turns 1 and 2, finally ending up on his side. Track crew to him quickly. Was running 10th at the time of caution. So unfortunately for Harrison Robards, his night going to be over here. A lot of damage on that number 11R. It looks like he's making the decision to stay in that race car. But either way, it's going to go up on the hook. Tough break for Harrison. Was trying to find his way through lap traffic like I mentioned. Sent it in maybe just that little bit too hard. Caught the left rear tire of Zach Dollar, or right rear tire of Zach Dollar. Had Tyler Taylor on his outside. It's kind of a mess as they work their way through turns 1 and 2. And then they also caught up Nate Bailey, that 84 machine. Not sure Nate Bailey has that much damage on his car, so he'll be able to continue on. Fortunately for him, he is the first car 1 lap down. Tanner Triplett did not go a lap down before that caution, unfortunately for him. So he'll be the lead of the cars 1 lap down. So track crew will take Harrison Robart's car back to the pit area. It's a tough night for him. Should be going back under yellow flag conditions right now, it looks like. Will be a few laps to get everybody sorted back into a restarting order. Then we'll be going back green with 12 laps to go. Just past the halfway point, 13 laps complete. They just got that halfway mark down before that caution came out. Caleb Sutherland will be restarting in second right behind the guy who has led flag to flag so far, Drew Sherman. His lap times, of course, were starting to come down a little bit right there before the caution. Of course, it was because he was right there in lap traffic. We'll have to see what happens here when they get back into clean air. But Drew Sherman could have that 64. Caleb Sutherland all over the back bumper on this coming restart. Larry Drake in third, J.J. Williams fourth, Cannon Posey fifth on the coming restart. Nate Casper sixth, Hunter Walker seventh, Noah Mell eighth, Tyler Taylor ninth, Bodie Everett in 10th, Ryder Roberts 11th, Cameron Jacobs in 12th, 13th will go to Logan Anderson, 14th Paul Day, 15th will go to Tanner Triplett, 16th Nate Bailey, 17th Zach Dowler. And then back in 18th will be Brian Martinelli. 3 cars, 1 lap down. That's Nate Bailey, Zach Dowler, Brian Martinelli. Bailey is going to, looks like he's going to go to the tail for being involved in that incident. Actually looks like he's going to call his night done here. So timers once again giving the drivers instruction on where they need to be on the racetrack. Bodie Everett going to make his way back up to his restarting position as everybody's still getting it organized. As they head back into turn number 1. Just half of this race left to go. Already seen a lot of action here. Lap traffic still going to play a factor in this one. If it goes green for Drew Sherman, I think the field needed the race to go green from flag to have a chance to be that number 3. We'll have to see. Anything can happen at Coles County Speedway. We've seen it all year long. We saw it all of last year. Drew Sherman with control of the field on this restart. What can he do to keep that 64? Caleb Sutherland out behind him. Third, Larry Drake. What can he do on this restart? Up towards the top side of the racetrack is Drew Sherman. He stays high past the restart cone, dives towards the berm. Once he steps on the gas, we're green once again on this Spartan Transportation A-Class winning feature. The field keeps it all clean and green through turns 1 and 2. Back into turns 3 and 4. Might have a different story here. Larry Drake on the bottom, but Caleb Sutherland tries to squeeze his way up towards the top side of the racetrack. Turns 3 and 4. We got a red flag. Bodie Everett upside down in turn number 4. See Bodie Everett moving around in the cockpit. Again, just like Harrison Robards elected to stay in the car. But unfortunately, track crew has made the decision. Too much damage on that number 3. His night is done. One lap did get scored as complete there, so we do take off one extra lap, down to 11 laps to go now on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. Looks like the car might be dropping a little bit of fluid of some sort on the racetrack as well, so track crew are going to need to take just a moment to clean that up as well. Zach Daller, who was also involved in that incident, needing a little bit of assistance getting turned around. Getting some help from drivers in another class, it looks like. While the track crew tends to Bodie Everett's car. Looks like the track crew gives a thumbs up to the tower, so we're going to be all good to go. With 11 laps to go in this Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. 14 laps complete at this point. Drew Sherman will have control of the field on this restart. Larry Drake second. Caleb Sutherland third. J.J. Williams fourth. Cannon Posey will round out the top 5. Then Hunter Walker, Noah Melk, Nate Casper, Tyler Taylor, Ryder Roberts will be the top 10. '11th will be Cameron Jacobs, Logan Anderson 12th, Paul Day 13th, Tanner Triplett 14th, Harrison Robarts 15th, Brian Martinelli 16th, Zach Dollar 17th, Nate Bailey in 18th. Paul Day needing some assistance over there in turn 2, it looks like. Nate Bailey is out of this race, so he will finish in 19th. Bodie Everett will be credited with an 18th place finish after that crash. Zach Dowler just needs to be, Brian Martinelli, Zach Dowler both only need to complete one lap to pass him. Drew Sherman going to lead the field back into turn number 1 as they go around the number 90 of Paul Day, Dr. Dirt himself. Field gets the command, 1 to go at the flag stand. Once again, Drew Sherman with control of the field coming on this Spartan Transportation A-Class winning feature restart with 11 laps to go. Larry Drake second, Caleb Sutherland third, J.J. Williams, Cannon Posey the top 5 as they head back towards the restart cone over in turn number 4. Drew Sherman up to the top side looking. He's on the gas. We're green. Larry Drake gets a great jump. He'll be on the inside down into turn 1 trying to take this lead away. He can't do it down there. The field keeps it clean down through turns 1 and 2. Here we go, back through turns 3 and 4. Drew Sherman is going to hold on to this advantage for now. He extends his lead by quite a bit over Larry Drake They need to catch lap traffic, I think, for Larry Drake to have a chance here. Larry Drake's really throwing it in. He's giving everything he can. And that number 97D, he's trying to chase down Drew Sherman. Lap times equal, just half a second separate the front two. J.J. Williams going to clear the 64, Caleb Sutherland, as they roll through turns 3 and 4. Not quite clear, almost clear, just gets him down there in turns 1 and 2 on the entry. He's finally got it. Up into third goes J.J. Williams. Out in front still Drew Sherman. Larry Drake is there. Lap times are so equal between these top two drivers. And Larry Drake, you know, he's throwing everything he can at that number 97 car. See if it can hold up. Noah Mell fighting his way forward as well. Great run for him so far. He just picked off Cannon Posey for the top 5. He's having a great run himself. Here we go, 5 laps to go. Drew Sherman, as he approaches lap traffic, I don't think it's going to be heavy enough to be a factor. Caution comes out, and that will definitely change that storyline. Lap traffic no longer a factor in this one. 6 laps to go on the Spartan Transportation A-Class wing as the caution comes out for a Nate Casper spin over in turn number 3. Was running 9th. Was about 6/10 behind Tyler Taylor. Ryder Roberts was about 2/10 behind at the line that last time by. The coming restart, Drew Sherman is going to have to try something a little bit different to keep that Larry Drake car out behind him. Larry Drake has just kind of bided his time, and he has found his way into a great position here late in the race. You know he's got a great race car, hasn't done anything too badly, hasn't torn up his race car, really hasn't run it too hard. And we'll see what Larry Drake can do on this restart. And I would also like to announce under this caution that concession stand food is now 50% off while supplies last. Again, concession stand food is now 50% off while supplies last. So if you need to get any food and drink here late in the night, head on down to the Turn 4 Cafe at the north end of the facility. Get 50% off any of your food that you would like to purchase down there. So here we go, 6 laps to go for Drew Sherman. What can he do? What can Larry Drake do in second? They've got the one to go signal. Caution lights are out. They know this might be it. Can this be it for these front two? Can J.J. Williams, he's had such a huge run here this last 2 restarts. He's found his way up into third. He's so good here on the short run here at Coles County Speedway. Let's go. Drew Sherman up to the top side of the racetrack, diving at the restart cone. Much better restart this time for that number 3 of Drew Sherman. Clear by a couple of car lengths by the time they get down to 1. The field pretty well organized by the time you get through turns 1 and 2. Sutherland gets picked off by Noah Mell. Man, if Mell just started up front, man, what a race we would have. I feel awful for him. He is absolutely on a tear through this field, Noah Mell is. He's already on the back bumper of J.J. Williams and Larry Drake for second. If he clears both of them, they complete a lap, then get a caution. We've got a great race on our hands. Noah Mell still looking for an opportunity around Larry Drake here for third at the moment. He's going to be alongside and clear by the time they make it through turns 3 and 4. Dives underneath J.J. Williams as they come to 3 to go this time. Drew Sherman has slowed a little bit. The pace no longer there on Drew Sherman's car. Bobbles just a little bit that last couple of laps. J.J. Williams clear and Noah Mell once again. Mell just able to fire around that outside so well. He's still alongside. 2 laps to go. Coming to the white flag this time is Drew Sherman. He's got 1 more lap to hold on. J.J. Williams not quite going to be a factor in this one. Noah Mell going to try to power around the outside. It's going to be a drag race to the line if they both go to the top side. No, it's not. It's waved off. Nate Casper with another spin in turn number 3 brings out the caution. It's going to be, I believe, a 1-lap shootout. Have to wait on the call from Tower whether this race is complete or not. It is not. It will be a 1-lap shootout, it looks like. Nate Casper, man, unfortunate break for him. And, man, if you're Drew Sherman, what do you do here? You've got one of the fastest cars in the field right here behind you. The scoreboard will reset. 1 lap to go. Nate Casper ordered to the infield. Tower's going to have to start. We're going to go a green-white checkered, it looks like, to the number up on the scoreboard. It is going to be a green-white checkered restart. It all comes down to this. Drew Sherman's car has suddenly just fallen off a rocket, looked like, those last couple of laps. Now you've got Drew Sherman and J.J. Williams. Both those cars have been on an absolute roll these last couple laps. What can those two drivers do on this restart? Nate Casper to the infield after being black flagged. He hit his 2-spin limit, and he's into the infield. Like I mentioned, those drivers that are always good here at Coles County Speedway had to find their way forward. J.J. Williams, he's restarting second here. Started 23 laps ago in 7th. We got to go even further back to find Noah Mel. He started 13th. He's found his way up to 3rd. He's up 10 spots. Can he get 2 more and find himself with an additional $750 payday at the end of this one? They'll be looking for the one-to-go signal at the flag stand this time. Do they have it? Looks like we're not good just yet. Give them a couple more laps, sounds like. A little bit of a miscommunication between these drivers. Have to sort it out in the mid-pack. Tower is sorting it out. Track crew and Tower both trying to work out this scoring dispute. They've got the 16W Hunter Walker in front of Ryder Roberts. That's what I see on my scoring monitor as well. So they will get these two separated up. They'll get them single file. Then we should be ready to get going. One to go has been given at the flag stand. Drew Sherman, J.J. Williams, Noah Mel, the top 3. Larry Drake, Caleb Sutherland, the top 5. Who is going to do it here with a green-white checkered restart? Can Drew Sherman get himself a good enough jump? Can he get away from the field out behind him? J.J. Williams, Noah Mel, both are hungry out behind him. They want to win. Here we go. We're back green. Larry Drake, great restart. Gets to the inside of Noah Mel for 3rd. He's got to pick off 3 more cars, though. Not sure if he's got time to do it. Here comes J.J. Williams to the inside. Started 7th, looking for the race lead. White flag this time. Williams leads his first lap. Back into turns 1 and 2. One last time. Williams slides a little bit too high. Here comes Noah Mel. Into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Sherman makes contact. It's a drag race to the line. Drew Sherman steals it. What a race. What a race. Drew Sherman throws it down into turns 3 and 4, takes the win over Noah Mel. What a race. What a finish. Drew Sherman, the winner. Noah Mel has to settle for second, just 0.06 of a second behind J.J. Williams 3rd after thought he had it all going into turn 3 on that last lap. Just simply ran out of room. Drew Sherman just wanted it just that little bit more. Larry Drake 4th, Tyler Taylor 5th, Caleb Sutherland finished 6th, Hunter Walker 7th, Cannon Posey 8th, Ryder Roberts 9th. 10th goes to Logan Anderson. 11th, Cameron Jacobs. 12th, Paul Day. 13th will go to Tanner Triplett. 14th, Zach Dowler. 15th, Brian Martinelli. 16th went to Nate Casper. Then the non-finishers include Harrison Robards, Bodie Everett, and Nate Bailey. Drew Sherman's 4th win of the year as he pulls into victory lane. What a race in that Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. They all wanted it, And it looked like Drew Sherman wanted it just that little bit more. Pulls into victory lane for the 4th time this year. Once again, Kevin Bench here with our 4th-time winner here at Coles County Speedway in 2025.
All right, folks, let's give a big round of applause to Drew Sherman from Phoenix, Arizona, your Spartan Transportation A-Class feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. All right, Drew, congratulations. Well, you look fast that whole race. That last lap, it got a little dicey for you.
Yeah, he snuck under me, and I got real nervous, but I knew if I could get under him up in 3 and 4, then I'd have a shot to get past him and, win the race. And that's what I did, and I won.
Yeah, your restarts were all spot on tonight. I mean, and you looked really fast, too. I mean, you just had that one moment, so it almost slipped away, but you brought it back.
Yeah, I was a little scared, but I can't thank everybody enough that helps me. AME Electrical, Sunshield Products, Temperature Control, Ellis Race Cars, my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my grandma, my brother, everyone who helps, It's really awesome.
Yep. All right, well, congratulations once again. Everybody, once again, let's let them hear it. Drew Sherman from Phoenix, Arizona, your Spartan Transportation A-Class feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. And folks, don't forget that food at the concession stand is 50% off while supplies last.
Overall, a fantastic race put on there by the Spartan Transportation A-Class wing feature. And we still have 3 features left to go tonight. I don't know if anybody else can top that one. Drew Sherman taking the win there on the final lap in the final corner. Noah Mell coming all the way from 13th to finish in 2nd. J.J. Williams coming from 7th, finishing 3rd. Man, what a race those guys put on tonight. But up next, going to be the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. On the pole is going to be Natalie Hubbard from Benton, Illinois. And the 53 alongside her will be A.J. Williams from Harristown, Illinois in the 88A. Starting in 3rd will be Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois in the 49. Starting 4th will be Roper Roberts from Benton, Illinois in the 16. Mackenzie Dowler from Springfield, Illinois in the 1K starts 5th, with Niles Tudor from Harrisburg, Illinois in the 14 starting at 6th. Colton Vogel from Buffalo, Illinois in the 14V starts 7th, with Aiden Weiger from Imperial, Missouri in the 80 starting in 8th. Kent Shelton from Benton, Illinois in the 99G starts 9th, with Riley Bonowitz rounding out the top 10 in the 11R from Oakland, Illinois. Jackson Burks from Johnston City, Illinois in the 42 starts 11th, with Henry Schneider from Lincoln, Illinois in the 21 starting 12th. Easton Cambency from Tucson, Arizona in the 51 starts 13th, with Kenzer Hathaway from Paris, Illinois in the 79H starting in 14th. And on the final row, you have Caden Wells in the 5 for Brazil, Indiana in 15th, and 16th you'll have J.C. Sandridge from Springfield, Illinois in the 10 in the 16th and final starting position. This is once again your Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros feature. 20 laps for these drivers as they make their way out onto the racetrack. Another class that I was going to see a good little show of racing as they head off into turn number 1. The field getting organized, looking who can take the win here tonight. On the front row, you have 2 drivers here at Coles County Speedway, one of which has won here before in the last 10 events for A.J. Williams. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to call John Shipman, our flagman, out on this one. Just like Michael Waltrip in the NASCAR All-Star race at North Wilkesboro, dropping the checkered flag. Unfortunately for him, delays the start of this dirty right rear restricted micro feature. So as I mentioned before, this front row made up of 2 drivers. Neither one of them hasn't made a start this year, but has one before. That's the 88A of A.J. Williams. Has 4 wins in the last 10 starts here. And on the inside with the pole, that number 53 of Natalie Hubbard has never won here at Coles County Speedway. Has an average finishing position of 12th. In her last time here, she finished in 2nd, especially in this class. She may have finally found the pace of that number 53. See if she could find her first win tonight here at Coles County Speedway. So track crew talking it over with one of the Mod Light drivers who made his way onto the racetrack early. Sounds like he wanted to watch this race. Track crew told him he did have to get back in his race car. Be Josh Bodowitz. Just a safety thing. They want him to stay in his race car. Watch this race. It looks like they might have told him he needs to go back to the infield. Or back to the pit area, excuse me. And with that, we'll go back to 1 to go here at the flag stand. 20 laps on this dirty right rear restricted micro feature. One driver who wants to win so badly. Natalie Hubbard yet to win here at Coles County Speedway, looking for win number 1. She's got a field of fantastic drivers all around her, all of which have won here before. She's surrounded by drivers who have won here at Coles County Speedway. Still looking for win number 1 as Natalie Hubbard. Can she do it here tonight? She's got 20 laps to figure it out. She's got A.J. Williams to her outside as they come to the start cone on the Dirty Right Rear podcast feature. We're green. Natalie Hubbard gets a great jump, but so does Grayson Graham into turn number 1. See what they can do. As we got trouble over in turn number 2. Dowler trying to keep it up, right side up. She just about does. We don't go red, we go yellow. So race back the field. Mackenzie Dowler just almost goes for that full spin there. Or, yeah, goes for a 180 spin. Almost ends up on her roof, but ends up in an okay position overall. So she'll be able to continue on, just unfortunately for her, back at the tail of the field. For cause of an incident, no laps complete, obviously. This incident happened over in turn number 1. So track crew will get her righted before we head back green. The Dirty Right Rear Podcast is a sponsor of the Restricted Micro Class at Coles County Speedway. The Dirty Right Rear Podcast is Southeast Missouri's dirt track podcast that focuses on dirt track racing in the Midwest, hosted by Jeremy Sutton and Jeremy Boyer. Many weekly Coles County Speedway drivers have already been on the podcast as they chase a track championship. Tune in to the Dirty Right Rear Podcast weekly for amazing Midwest micro sprint content and see who else will make their way out onto the broadcast for any type of show. Your weekly drivers here at Coles County Speedway finding their way onto the show pretty regularly at this point now. That battle for the points starting to tighten up as we get into the summer stretch. A lot of big high-profile races coming up here at the Speedway in the month of July. 2 of those races include the 2nd annual Tom Rick Memorial Race Weekend and the Keith Coons Motorsport Challenge. So on back-to-back weekends, as I'm watching Chat Crew try to get Daller's car refired. Mackenzie Daller having a tough break there. Unfortunately for her, might be throwing the towel in on that number 1K machine before we get started. Looks like they're going to give him one more time, one more attempt for Mackenzie Daller. Looks like she'll get it refired. We're headed back green here very shortly. We're going to get the one to go here at the flag stand as they come on by. And with that, Natalie Hubbard back with control of the field once again. To her outside, A.J. Williams looking for another win here at Coles County Speedway. Looking for his first win of 2025. Both these drivers are. They've got the points leader right behind them of Grayson Graham. Here we go. We're green once again on the Dirty Right Rear podcast feature. Into turn number 1. Grayson Graham gets a great advantage there as the field gets a little bit discombobulated in the mid-pack. As they go 3 wide further on back, especially near the tail end of the field. A lot of contact in the mid-pack. Everybody just trying to sort it out and get on through. No trouble just yet. 1 lap complete. We're almost going on 2. We got trouble. Gentry Shelton goes sideways, gets turned back, headed in the right direction by Niles Tudor. Unfortunately for Niles Tudor, his ends up in the wrong direction, and caution comes out. Another problem up in turn number 3. Colton Vogel's car comes to a stop at the top of turn number 3. We're going red flag, it sounds like. So unsure what happened with Colton Vogel's car. Another car that may have been involved in the Colton Vogel incident was A.J. Williams. I don't know if maybe it was just something they got stacked up when they were trying to slow down. But the field under red flag conditions. So track crew going to put Colton Vogel's car up on the hook. So his night is done here at the end of lap number 1. Should be going back under yellow as soon as we get Colton Vogel's car off the racetrack. Looks like, unfortunately, A.J. Williams also going to be out of this race. Yeah, so 2 more cars out of this race, unfortunately for them. Easton Campensy did not make the start. Now we've got to add A.J. Williams is out of this one early. Same with Colton Vogel. So with 1 lap complete, we're going to a single file restart. Tower's going to give them a few laps here to get into their restarting position. On the leading back to the restart will be Natalie Hubbard. Grayson Graham right behind her. Then it's Roper Roberts will make up the top 3. Gentry Shelton will be 4th. 5th will be Jackson Burks, it looks like. That will be your top 5. Burks actually came from 8th. So that 3-car incident kind of really pushed him forward in the pack. Riley Bonowitz 6th. Looks like Aiden Weigert 7th. Caden Wells 8th. Mackenzie Dowler 9th. JC Stanridge will round out the top 10. One to go signal is given here at the flag stand. Only 1 lap complete. Natalie Hubbard once again with control of the field. Grayson Graham behind her. Then Roper Roberts. Can any of these drivers try to take the lead away from Natalie Hubbard as they come to the Dirty Right Rear Podcast Restart Cone? We're back green on the Dirty Right Rear Podcast feature. 19 laps to go for Natalie Hubbard. Back into turns 1 and 2. The field mostly single file. Nobody really trying that outside groove out, it looks like, for the most part. Everybody trying to keep it right down there on the bottom of the racetrack. Grayson Graham already knocking on the door for the lead on Natalie Hubbard. Still looking for an opportunity back into turns 3 and 4. Hubbard gets a little bit too tight on exit. I think that's where Grayson Graham is going to try to take this lead away. He slides just a little bit too much on entry in turn 1. He's going to lose a lot of ground here on Natalie Hubbard. He now gets too deep into turns 3 and 4. Natalie Hubbard able to clear by several car lengths, over half a second advantage for Natalie Hubbard. 3rd place, Roper Roberts starting to close in now on Grayson Graham, as Graham has not found his rhythm at all after that restart. Was on it for about 1 to 2 laps. Hasn't been able to do it since then. JC Stanridge in another car. Looks like Aiden Weiger having an incident over there in turn number 3. Brings out yet another caution here on the Dirty Right Rear Podcast feature with 16 laps to go. Track crew still working on getting J.C. Stanridge and Aiden Weigert's car unhooked from each other. It may have started with Weigert, was the lead car. He was running 7th at the time of caution. Had Caden Wells right behind him. J.C. Stanridge was 2 cars back. Looks like quite a bit of wing damage there for J.C. Stanridge. And unfortunately, Aiden Weigert, his car will join the cars out of this race. He himself had quite a bit of wing damage. So we're now down to 4 cars out. Hill will join them. Coming back to 1 to go here at the flag stand. Natalie Hubbard on the point on the next restart. Grayson Graham, Roper Roberts still that same top 3 as we just saw. So really the same top 5. Gary Shelton, Jackson Burks at top 5. Then Riley Bonowitz in 6th. See what they can all do on this restart as they approach the Dirty Right Rear Podcast restart cone over in turn number 4. Natalie Hubbard back up to the top side of the racetrack, diving at that restart cone. Great jump here for Grayson Graham. Back to green into turn number 1. Grayson Graham all over the back bumper and Natalie Hubbard. Contact. We have 1 car up and over, barrel rolling over in turn number 2, ending up on its roof. And the red flag comes back out. I think that's Gentry Shelton that's upside down. It's got a little bit of too much contact with the car ahead of Roper Roberts, I think. Safety crew working on getting that car flipped back onto all 4s. That's a great sign to see. I can see Gentry Shelton out of the race car after a pretty hard barrel roll there through turns 1 and 2. Always a great sign to see the drivers get out under their own power. Fortunately for Gentry Shelton, was running 4th, and his night is over at the end of lap number 4. It's a really, really tough break for him. He'll make the trip back to the pit area. So unfortunately, this red flag going to be extended just a little bit. Going to have to throw some dirt down on the fluid that Gentry Shelton's car was dropping down over in turn number 2. So it shouldn't be more than just a couple-minute break in the action here before we go back to yellow flag conditions on the Dirty Right Rear podcast feature. And a spectator note here, both at home and at the racetrack, we do have a time limit on each feature, has to get completed in a certain amount of time. Red flags do not count during this period that is counted towards the time allotted for each feature race. This is why we will continue past the time limit. If you're following along on my race pass, you may see us go past the time limit, but with red flags counting, we can go over, or if red flags not counting, we can go over the allotted time limit for each feature. And we're back to yellow flag conditions on the speedway once again. Still 16 laps to go on the sturdy right rear restricted micro feature. So track crew is going to have these drivers work the next couple of laps. Try to work in that spot where they just threw down the dirt. Clean up some of that fluid. Riley Bonowitz's car getting refired. May have stalled again heading back into turn 3. That or she's just letting him by. I think she's still under power. Fortunately, one car who had stalled in the middle of the backstretch, Caden Wells, was 8th before the caution. He tries to pull it down to the infield, so his race most likely over if he made that decision to pull it down. Caden Wells getting a little bit of assistance into the infield. And yep, his night is going to be over here. Here we go. When to go at the flag stand this time by. After that long red flag, Natalie Hubbard going to have control of the field once more with 16 laps to go on this dirty right rear restricted micro feature. Behind her, Grayson Graham. And then it is the 42 of Jackson Burks, finding his way into the top 3 for the first time tonight. Natalie Hubbard back to the top side of the racetrack as they come back to the restart cone. We're green once again on the Dirty Right Rear podcast feature into turns number 1 and 2. Not quite a good passing opportunity there for Grayson Graham. Has to back out of it. That allows Jackson Burks to get all the way up to the back bumper. Another car that has slowly made its way forward all the way through. One car way up the hill. Not sure he kept it out of how he kept it out of the wall. Through turns 3 and 4. That was 16 of Roper Roberts. Ripped all the way the fence all the way around through turns 3 and 4. Mackenzie Dowler will pick off the 42 of Jackson Burks. And Dowler has found her way back forward after that lap 1 incident. Now back into the top 3. She's rolling her way forward as well. Natalie Hubbard still on point as they complete 7 laps. Grayson Graham half a second back behind her, running in second for now. Yeah, the pace just is not there for Grayson Graham. About 2/10 a lap slower than Natalie Hubbard. Natalie Hubbard just needs to hit her marks as she's running right now. She might find herself the leader on the final lap when they have 11 more laps to go. Grayson Graham still 7/10 behind Natalie Hubbard. Halfway this time for that number 53. She slid a little bit too far that time in turns 3 and 4. It looked like may have lost a little bit. No, pretty equal lap time that time. Instead, it's Mackenzie Dowler who gains on second place Grayson Graham. Coming to 9 laps to go for Natalie Hubbard. Time running out for the field, and lap traffic not really going to be a factor on this one. Going to have maybe one car, to be the Kinzer Holloway car she might catch. And even then, it's one car. Not positive they're going to catch Riley Bonowitz. Trouble over in turn number 4. This will be another caution. J.C. Stanridge, I think that is. Yes, it is. Coming across the timing line, lost a spot. So J.C. Stanridge, back at the tail end of the field, goes for a spin over in turn number 4, right in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Brings out yet another caution with 8 laps to go this time. So track crew will help J.C. Stanridge get turned back around, and we'll get back going here very shortly. Track crew looking over J.C. Stanridge's car. They may tell her maybe just that little bit of too much damage. Don't know, why they would tell her that. Has been involved in just the one incident. This is her second incident of the feature. She's going to get pulled back just a little bit. Looks like track crew still working on helping her get refired. Natalie Hubbard has led the first 12 laps in this Dirty Right Rear podcast feature. Grayson Graham second, Mackenzie Dowler third, Henry Steyer fourth. Jackson Burks has faded back into fifth after restarting inside the top 3. J.C. Stanridge gets it refired. We'll come to 1 to go this time. 1 to green this time, excuse me. Niles Tudor are going to be restarting 6th. Roper Roberts 7th. Riley Bonowitz 8th. Kinzer Holloway 9th. And J.C. Stanridge rounding out the field in the 10th and final restarting position. All cars still on the lead lap. Do have a bunch of cars out, however. Natalie Hubbard with control of the field is going to make her way off turn number 2 with 8 laps to go in the Dirty Right Rear restricted micro feature. Natalie Hubbard up to the top side of the racetrack. Grayson Graham all over the back bumper. Green flags waving on the Dirty Right Rear podcast feature once more. 8 laps to go for Natalie Hubbard. The field mostly single file through turns 1 and 2. J.C. Sanders trying to make moves, trying to get around the slower cars down in front of her. But for the moment, lap number 1 back into green, led by Natalie Hubbard. 0.3 of a second gap, about a car length advantage for Natalie Hubbard as they roll off turn number 2. That extends to 2 car lengths as they head back into turns 3 and 4. Grayson Graham stuck in line. He's a little bit better in turns 3 and 4 over Natalie Hubbard, but Hubbard just so much better in turns 1 and 2, really getting the advantage of pulling away. It's actually down on that south end of the facility now. So they figured out turns 3 and 4. Natalie Hubbard, 5 laps to go. Single file the field as they head back into turns 1 and 2. Natalie Hubbard's advantage over half a second now over Grayson Graham. Grayson Graham looking for yet another win in this feature tonight here at Coles County Speedway. This class he's won so many times already this year. It's just like last year, Braxton Flat was the all-time wins list in any class, period. And it looks like Grayson Graham's trying to continue that dominance just in a different car and a different team. But for now, Natalie Hubbard still out in front. She's clear by about a second in that number 53 car. 2 laps to go for Natalie Hubbard. Looking for career win number 1 here at Coles County Speedway. Into turns 3 and 4. White flag this time for Natalie Hubbard. Back to turns 1 and 2. Her advantage, a second and a quarter over Grayson Graham. Lap traffic, not a factor in this one. It'll be Natalie Hubbard through turns 3 and 4, picking up win number 1 of her career here at Coles County Speedway. Dominating performance from Natalie Hubbard, picking up career win number 1 in that number 53 machine in Coles County Speedway. Grayson Graham second, Mackenzie Dowler third, Henry Steiner fourth, Jackson Burks fifth, Niles Tudor sixth, Roper Roberts seventh, J.C. Stanridge eighth, Riley Bonowitz ninth, Kinzer Halloway in 10th. Then we got to get to the non-finishers. 6 of them in total. Gentry Shelton, the first one out. Well, first one. So furthest ahead that was out. Finished 11th. Aiden Weigert 12th. Caden Wells 13th. Then A.J. Williams 14th. Colton Vogel 15th. Easton Cam Dempsey out of the race did not start in his 51 machine. So Natalie Hubbard going to make her way into victory lane. First time winner here at Coles County Speedway in the number 53 machine. With the pace she's shown these last couple of weeks, definitely going to see a lot more of that number 53 in victory lane here at Coles County Speedway. Kevin, you're going to be down there in victory lane with our newest winner here at Coles County Speedway.
All right, folks, she's up now to her car. Let's give a big round of applause to Natalie Hubbard from Benton, Illinois, your dirty right rear restricted micro feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Take your time. First off, congratulations, Natalie. You've been fast all night. You look good all night. Good restarts. What can you tell me about it?
I don't know.
I think we got a shy one here. So you don't know. How was your ride? I mean, how'd the car drive?
It felt really good.
Really good. It looked really good. So you got sponsors? Anybody you need to thank?
My mom and dad, JB Modified, Benton Superlube, Brandon Shaw, Shaw Stickers and stuff, Chemstream Race Fuels, and Odom Performance.
All right, good job. So nothing else you want to say or anything, or you're good, or you're good? So you're just going to be a little shy on me, aren't you? All right, that's fine. All right, we did a great job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And one more time, congratulations, Natalie. Great job.
Thank you.
Two more features left to go on the night here at Coles County Speedway. Up next, going to be the Mod Light feature. They've got 20 laps coming up here at Coles County Speedway. On the pole for the Mod Light feature, as they're down there in the staging area, as Natalie Hubbard makes her way off the racing track. Going to be Corey Stephenson from Marion, Illinois, in the number 5. Steve Cole from Benton, Illinois, in the 24, starts alongside him in second. J.R. Wiltermude from Windsor, Illinois in the 93J starts third, with Danny Jolly from Christopher, Illinois in the U2 starting in fourth. Brendan Freeberg from Metamora, Illinois in the 171 starts in fifth. Jimmy Arthur from Mitchell, Indiana in the 15 will start in sixth. Matt Suzuki from Harrisburg, Illinois in the 28 starts seventh, with Josh Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois in the 2D starting in eighth. Dylan Nager in the 8 from Festus, Missouri starts ninth, with Dustin Wiltermude from Windsor, Illinois in the 7W starting in 10th. This is your Mod Light starting lineup for a 20-lap feature. Looks like 9 of them have made it out onto the racetrack for this 20-lap feature. We've seen it all night long. The number 8 machine of Dylan Nager has had issues just essentially all night long. Was fast in hot laps, and then right at the end of hot laps, something broke. Came back out for his heat race. Got down into turn 1. Something broke again. And I think at that point, he says, well, I'm not even going to try the third time. We're just going to call it quits before we go on into the feature. So he will did not start officially in 10th. Up front, Corey Stevenson, Steve Cole going to lead the Mod Lights over to the start cone. Looking for 20-lap feature. Here we go. We're green, almost 3 wide off turn number 4 into turn number 1. It's Steve Cole looking and take that lead away from Corey Stevenson. He just about does it. 3 wide further back in the pack as everybody tries to single it out, single file. Still double fire as the Wiltermudes start to make their way forward, both of them. You'll have that number 28 car starting to come forward as well. Matt Suzuki started 7th. He's found his way up to 6th already, looking for 5th on J.R. Wiltermude. J.R. Wiltermude goes for a spin, hits that concrete berm. Man, that had to hurt just a little bit. That car dug in, and the caution will come out. As you may have just heard me mention, concrete berm. Well, that looks like dirt. Well, there's dirt on top of concrete. We put concrete underneath it. Makes it a little bit easier to identify when a car has put 2 tires on it this year. Helps with drainage just a little bit too. It looks like damage not too severe for J.R. Wiltermude. He'll tag back on in at the tail end of the field. 1 to go signal being given to the Mod Light feature. Once again, 18 laps to go, 2 complete. Steve Cole with control of the field on this restart. Corey Stephenson 2nd, Danny Jolly 3rd, Brandon Freeberg 4th, Matt Suzuki rounds out the top 5. Then Josh Bonowitz, Dustin Wiltermude, Jimmy Arthur, J.R. Wiltermude. The car's on racetrack. 2 down, 18 more to go for Steve Cole and the Mod Light feature as they come back to the restart cone up towards the top side. On the gas is the field. We're green once again on this Mod Light feature. Great jump from Steve Cole, clear by at least 2, maybe 3 car lengths by the time they got down into turn number 1. Steve Cole's car just not as good as entry on these other cars, but he has so much grip, able to get on the gas super, super early, and able just to power around that bottom groove, rolling that berm really nicely. He's moved up about half a groove, actually, it looks like now. Corey Stevenson's got nothing for him so far. Corey Stevenson in 2nd is going to have the U2 of Danny Jolly working on his back bumper, looking for 2nd. Danny Jolly fading back now into Brendan Freeberg. Brendan Freeberg looking to the inside in turn number 3 of Danny Jolly. A little bit of contact off of turn number 4. No harm, no foul between those two. Rest of these drivers keeping it mostly single file. Brendan Freeberg still trying to work to the inside of Danny Jolly for 3rd over in turns 3 and 4. He gets alongside. He'll stay alongside, backed into turn number 1. Great opportunity for Brendan Freeberg here. Just cannot quite get the car slowed up to the point he wanted to as Danny Jolly shuts the door and holds on to 3rd for now. 7 laps down for race leader Steve Cole, who continues to lead this way by about a second over Corey Stephenson in 2nd. Brendan Freeberg now goes on the outside of Danny Jolly. This is a great overtaking opportunity for him here if he can get the power down. He just cannot quite get the power down as well as Danny Jolly does. Now he's going to have to get a huge run down in the backstretch here. Gets into the back bumper of Danny Jolly. And Jolly able to hold on to that spot for now. Brendan Freeberg still trying to power around the outside. He's finally alongside for 3rd. Still looking for an opportunity. He's going to finally take that 3rd spot away as they come off turn number 2. Halfway this time for race leader Steve Cole. Corey Stevenson, now Brendan Freeberg, the top 3. And now U2 Danny Jolly fading even further back. Matt Suzuki picks him off. Suzuki started back in 7th, now up to 4th. See if he can find a 3rd place finish here. See if he can get himself a podium finish here on this Mod Light feature. Out in front, Steve Cole still has not found his way into lap traffic. He's really pacing himself really nicely here. He knows he's got, I think, a better car than what he's driving right now. Running lap times about 12.3 is actually a little slower than his overall average. Trouble on the front stretch. Caution will come out. This was the caution that the field needed. So we'll re-rack them with 8 laps to go. It is that 2D of Josh Bonowitz. A little bit too much gas off turn number 4. And that car just went around. Just a tough break for him. Was running 8th at the time. Well, really was 7th at the time. But Duster Wiltermude passed him as they got past the timing line as he was spinning. So he'll drop back into 9th. As long as he keeps it going. He wants a push, it looks like. Asking for a push. So track crew will help Josh Bonowitz get refired. Looks like a little bit of damage there on the left side on the body panels. Not really harming anything for Josh Bonowitz. Not sure he really made contact with anything. May have just been some lingering damage from any previous incidents that car may have had. But either way, 1-to-go signal coming this time for this Mod Light feature. Steve Cole with control once again. Corey Stephenson in 2nd. 3rd will be Brendan Freeberg. Matt Suzuki 4th. Danny Jolly top 5. J.R. Wiltermude 6th. Dustin Wiltermude 7th. Then Jimmy Arthur and Josh Bonowitz rounding out the 8th and 9th positions respectively. Here we go. Steve Cole with control of the field once more. Corey Stephenson backs up the start a little bit more than he has in the past. Green flags waving. Great jump there for Brendan Freeberg. Gets to the inside looking for 2nd through turns 1 and 2. He's still looking on the inside of Corey Stephenson as they come through turns 3 and 4. Are able to keep the throttle down just about a little bit better on exit. Doesn't have it through turns 3 and 4. As 1 and 2 just better than the rest of the field. He gets a huge run down the backstretch here. Brendan Freeberg back to the inside of Corey Stephenson for 2nd. Bounces just out a little bit more than he wanted to. He sets back in line. Back to the top side of the racetrack he goes. Really kind of a late apex he's going for here. It's something you would see typically more in road racing, especially with like hairpin corners, and he is really just getting to the apex super late when he gets to that high groove. He gets back to the inside of Stephenson here in 1 and 2. Once again, 5 laps to go for Steve Cole, coming to 4 to go this time. Brendan Freeberg needs to clear Corey Stephenson right here, and he does. Huge advantage for Corey Stephenson now as he sits back in 3rd. Can watch this driver drive away from him. Brendan Freeberg may be able to chase down race leader Steve Cole. It's going to be a good race for the win here. 3 laps to go. If Brendan Freeberg can get their lap times, need to be a little bit quicker from Brendan Freeberg as Matt Suzuki works to the inside of Corey Stephenson for 3rd. Stephenson's car has really hit a rocket, looks like, in terms of performance. And Matt Suzuki wanting to go on by after starting 7th. Be a great way to end his night if he can finish on the podium. Here we go. White flag this time for Steve Cole. The gap less than half a second now to Brendan Freeberg. Freeberg is there looking for an opportunity to try to take this win away. I think he's too far back. It looks like he is. Off of turn number 4, Steve Cole takes the win in the Mod Light feature. Brendan Freeberg 2nd, Matt Suzuki 3rd. Great run there for Matt Suzuki. Started in 7th and ends out in the last spot on the podium in 3rd. Corey Stephenson 4th, Danny Jolly 5th, J.R. Wiltermude 6th, Dustin Wiltermude 7th, Jimmy Arthur 8th, Josh Bonowitz in 9th were the cars that started. And unfortunately, Dylan Nager's issues, as I mentioned so far tonight, had more issues for coming out for the feature. He did not make the start. So into victory lane will pull Steve Cole. He's only ever made one other start here in a Mod Light here at Coles County Speedway. Last year, he's finished third and picks up his first win at Coles County Speedway tonight. A lot of first-time winners at the Speedway tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Kevin, you've got another first-time winner.
Thank you, Casey. All right, folks, let's let them hear it. Steve Cole from Benton, Illinois, your Mod Light feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
Great job. Thank you.
Well, you look fast all night yourself, Steve. I mean, you got out there out front. You look pretty comfortable out there. The car looked fast.
Well, thank you. The car was good tonight.
Yeah, I think the driver was too. So.
Yeah, thank you. Really good racetrack. It was real racy. I don't know what it was like watching, but it felt good in the car anyway.
No, look good out here. Your cars look good out here. You guys always put on a good show out. It's your first win here?
Yes, it is. My second time being here. I came once last year.
Okay, excellent. So, all right, got any sponsors, anybody you need to thank?
Jason Riggs, he owns the car, and then Riggs Fiber, ProTech, and then my brother Kevin and my wife Keisha for the help. So.
All right, you always good to have the help, right?
Thank you.
All right. Well, once again, congratulations, Steve Cole. You're a Mod Light feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Good job. Good looking.
One final feature left to go tonight after Steve Cole takes the first Mod Light feature win of 2025 here at Coles County Speedway. At least I believe that was the first feature win. I have to take a look at the point standings. Sure, he was the first winner. Looks like he'll be the third winner here at Coles County Speedway 2025. So he joins the list of drivers who have won at Coles County Speedway. A very long list. It's filled with a lot of talent. Up next, going to be the final feature of the night, the Cleveland Grain Non-Wing Micros. 20 more laps to end off the night. Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois, in the 7F starts us off on pole. J.B. Gilbert alongside him in the 17 starts in second. Danny Vicino from Terre Haute, Indiana, in the 21V starts third, with Drew Sherman from Phoenix, Arizona, in the 3, starting in fourth, looking to take his second feature win of the night. Harrison Robards from Dardenne Prairie, Missouri, in the 11R starts fifth, with Seth Buell from Charleston, Illinois, in the 2X, starting alongside him in sixth. Hunter Walker from Decatur, Illinois, in the 16W starts seventh, with Nate McMillan from Brazil, Indiana, in the 5, starting eighth. Clay Frederick from St. Joseph, Illinois, in the 47 starts ninth. Danny Hayes from Charleston, Illinois, in the 211 starts in 10th. Tyler Scott from Dalton City, Illinois, in the 23T starts 11th. Michael Conker from Centralia, Illinois, in the 28 starts 12th. Cameron Romack from Ashmore, Illinois, in the 4R starts 13th. Parker Butt from Fairland, Indiana, in the 14 starts 14th in the 51B. John Jackson, the 3rd from Mooresville, Indiana, in the 42J starts 15th. Alan Gandusa from New Lenox, Illinois, in the 42 starts 16th on the final row. Zach Bean from Mount Vernon, Illinois, in the 15 starts 17th. And Chad Baldwin from Lincoln, Illinois, in the 5B starts in 18th. Once again, this is your final feature of the night. Is your Cleveland Grain Non-Wing Micros. One to go signal coming next time by for the Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micros. Cleveland Grain Systems is a proud sponsor of the Non-Wing Micro Class at Coles County Speedway. Cleveland Grain Systems is Central Illinois' elite grain equipment dealer. Cleveland Grain Systems sells and designs grain handling systems while also offering replacement and equipment for existing facilities and expanding operations. If you need anything involving grain handling systems, check out Cleveland Grain Systems based out of Atwood, Illinois. One to go signal given for the Cleveland Grain Non-Wing Micros. As they head off turn number 2, Nolan Bartley, J.B. Gilbert with control of the field. Gilbert in a new car himself. Here we go. We're going racing for the last time tonight. Cleveland Grain System Non-Wing Micro feature is underway. Around the outside is going to try J.B. Gilbert. The field trying to get it organized as we'll call it off. Go under caution. Everybody tries to find room to slow down, and everybody just about does. Something the flagman or the tower didn't like on that restart. Looked pretty equal to me. Maybe it's something further back in the pack they didn't like. may have felt J.B. Gilbert may have gotten a little bit of a jump, but I don't see an issue warned, or I don't see a warning issued anywhere, I should say. Looks like it was a warning is issued to somebody in the mid-pack. Couldn't quite catch the name. So here we go. 1 to go signal has been given. Nolan Bartley, J.B. Gilbert. Back with control of the field. Here we go. We're green on the Cleveland Gray non-way micro feature into turn number 1. That same start we just saw. Everybody trying to scramble for positions. J.B. Gilbert with the advantage as they head through turns 3 and 4. He'll lead lap number 1. Drew Sherman, after starting 4th, is already up to 3rd, looking for 2nd on Nolan Bartley. The field, everybody trying to navigate through turns 1 and 2. It is just a absolute traffic jam of race cars. They're 4 wide off of turn number 4. That never ends well. And sure enough, we see it time and time again. You can fit 4 wide here, but it's really tough to do. And a lot of the times doesn't end up well for a lot of drivers. A lot of guys lost positions there in that 4 wide little scuffle. 1 car to the infield already. That looks to be Chad Baldwin, I believe. No, Zach Bean. 15 car into the infield. Still out in front, J.B. Gilbert leading the way over Nolan Bartley, Drew Sherman. Tight battle for the lead, top 3 under a blanket. J.B. Gilbert getting a little further away from the 2 behind him, able to slow his car up, gets the car to turn just that little bit better on entry. Seth Buell has Clay Frederick all over his back bumper for the 6th spot. Everybody trying to still find their pace, just trying to find room out on the racetrack. Cameron Romack himself going to top side. Behind him, Michael Conker goes way too high up into the Coles Cush and loses a couple spots himself. 14 laps to go. Down to 13 laps to go. 7 complete for J.B. Gilbert and this Cleveland Gray non-wing microfield. Everybody mostly single file at this point, as far as it looks like. Parker Bupp still on the outside of Nate McMillan for the 8th spot. Bupp trying to get on by. Big stack up over in turn number 3 and 4. This will bring a caution, as it looked like it was maybe just a stack up. I don't know if Chad Baldwin may have had an issue, and then Michael Conker got into the back bumper of him. It was a 3-car little stack up there, and Conker with nowhere to go, obviously just trying to get the traction down, trying to get separated, ends up turning himself around. Bean headed back to the pit area, calling his night complete at the end of 2 laps. Harrison Robards, Danny Hayes are 2 cars I believe did not make it out. No, Danny Hayes is on racetrack, so a little bit of a transponder issue for him tonight once again. So 8 laps complete on the Cleveland Grain non-wing micro feature. J.B. Gilbert with control of this field on the coming restart. Nolan Bartley 2nd, Drew Sherman 3rd. Then Hunter Walker, Danny Vicino, the top 5 as they come back to 1 to go this time. Rest of them out behind them. Yes, Seth Buell, Clay Frederick, Danny Hayes, Nate McMillan, Parker Bupp, Cameron Romack, John Jackson III. Then further back, you'll have Chad Baldwin, Tyler Scott, Alan Gandusa, and Michael Conker. The rest of the field still out on the racetrack. J.B. Gilbert to the top side, looking for the restart cone. We're back green on the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature. Back to turn number 1. Everybody mostly single file. Everybody fans out as they find their groove here on this restart. Still, that top 3 cannot get away from each other as they roll their way back into turns 3 and 4. Nolan Bartley tries that outside groove out, just not finding any pace. That number 7 up on the top of the racetrack. Same thing with Drew Sherman. He tries about half a lane up, and he just cannot get the car to turn as well as he wants it to. Still really isn't getting turning as well as he wants it to. Just really at all. Drew Sherman back in line in 3rd, still looking for an opportunity to get around Nolan Bartley. Bartley still working that high groove, trying to find some momentum, trying to close the gap on J.B. Gilbert. Gilbert about half a second clear of these 2 cars behind him. A little bit further back, Seth Buell still trying to work his way forward, still using that outside groove as Danny Vicino. After that restart, Buell up to 5th now. They worked their way back through turns 1 and 2. Field still keeping it all clean and green so far. Nolan Bartley with an issue from second. He's got something significantly wrong, some sort of suspension damage of some sort. We got a bigger stack up in turn number 2, however, and the caution will come out. I did not see what happened there with Nolan Bartley, but suspension damage or either that or a flat left rear, I can't really tell. Cameron Romack, John Jackson, both of them caught up in that incident down there in turn number 2. Yeah, it looks like maybe just a flat left rear tire for Nolan Bartley had some contact with Drew Sherman, it looks like. Overall, really tough break for everyone involved. And we will stack them up and try it again. The other 2 cars that were involved in the incident over in turn 1, Cameron Romack, John Jackson, both get their cars headed back in the right direction. 7 laps to go on the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature when we come back to green. Caution lights are out around the facility once again. 7 laps to go for J.B. Gilbert, Drew Sherman, Hunter Walker, Seth Buell, Clay Frederick, the top 5 on this coming restart. Who is going to have the pace? Who is going to set the pace? They have a big stack up here as they come towards the restart cone. Down to the bottom side of the racetrack. This time is J.B. Gilbert. Throws off the field behind him. We're back green. Didn't throw him off as much as I think he wanted them to. Drew Sherman all over the back bumper looking for the feature lead as they head back into turns 3 and 4. Hunter Walker looking as well for the second spot. I don't know if he has quite the car to keep up with those 2 out in front of him. Those front 2, J.B. Gilbert, Drew Sherman, are cars that are just that little bit better than the field out behind them. Everybody's still trying to navigate through. Everybody finding their place on the racetrack. Out in front still Drew Sherman looking for an opportunity to the inside of J.B. Gilbert. Still doesn't have it through turns 3 and 4. He just cannot get on the gases early. He's so much better on corner entry, but his exit velocity of that number 3 machine is just not enough to get alongside J.B. Gilbert. Gilbert's doing a great job defensively, making sure he gets back to that throttle so much quicker than Drew Sherman, and now both to the top side over in turns 1 and 2. Both like that high side in 1 and 2, both back down to the bottom in 3 and 4. 2 to go this time for the front runners on the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature. Here we go, big run from Drew Sherman. He'll go topside this time through turns 3 and 4. White flag waving for J.B. Gilbert. He'll shut the door back into 1. Big slider from Drew Sherman. He makes it stick. Here we go, drag race down the backstretch into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Drew Sherman up high, J.B. Gilbert down low at the line. It's J.B. Gilbert holding on. What a race there right at the end. J.B. Gilbert's just about able to hold on after Drew Sherman threw that slider. May have thrown it, I think, just a corner too early. And man, what a race. J.B. Gilbert taking that last feature win of the night here in the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros. Drew Sherman settles for a second, Hunter Walker third, Seth Buell fourth, Danny Vicino fifth, Clay Frederick sixth, Parker Bupp seventh, Nate McMillan eighth, Chad Baldwin in ninth, Michael Cocker 10th, John Jackson the third in 11th, Tyler Scott 12th, Alan Gandusa 13th, Cameron Romack 14th, Nolan Bartley 15th, Zach Bean in 15th. Both Bartley and Bean out of the race early. Then Harrison Robards did not make the start. Danny Hayes finished somewhere after a transponder issue. May have to go back at the tapes and figure out where he finished. He was inside the top 10, I believe. But into victory lane is J.B. Gilbert once again here at Coles County Speedway. Finding himself pretty regularly in victory lane. His last 13 events at the Speedway over the last, since 2019. He's got 5 wins, making this win number 6. Kevin, you got another winner here at Coles County Speedway.
All right, folks, let them hear it good and loud. Your Cleveland Grain non-wing micro feature winner here at Coles County Speedway, J.B. Gilbert from Charleston, Illinois. Sounds like you got a few fans down here. All right, JB, first thing, congratulations. Good to see you back out here again. You had a pretty good contest going there with Drew Sherman, and just for momentarily there, you lost your lead a little bit.
Yeah, to be quite honest, it's been 5 years since we had this car out, and we just got it together this week, and I'm old. I'm getting tired.
Yeah,
I was getting wore out. I need to get back in race shape.
There you go. Come out here every week. We'd be glad to have you.
Yeah.
So, you got anybody you want to thank?
No, we're good.
You're good.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody, let's hear it again for JB Gilbert, your Cleveland Grain Systems feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
So with that, that will conclude the racing action here tonight at Coles County Speedway. I think Kevin wants to say something to you real quick before we go into closing remarks.
One more time before we shut off, once again, I'd like to give Brian Rick a big happy birthday tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, once again, a big happy birthday to our track owner, Brian Rick. Hopefully you had a good birthday watching at home, and hopefully we see you back at the racetrack as soon as possible. Man, the racing on TV, just not as great of a product as coming here at the racetrack anytime. Of course, if you can't make it to the racetrack anytime, you can watch us on YouTube. Follow us along anywhere. We're on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and now YouTube as well. TikTok and YouTube are new to us this year. And overall, another great night of racing complete here at Coles County Speedway. We hope to see you again next week here at Coles County Speedway. Then we'll be taking 4th of July weekend off before we head into a very exciting month of July. A lot of high-value races coming up here in the future. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you, everyone, for making it out to the racetrack and sticking with us here into the early hours of the morning here on Sunday. Thank you, everyone, once again. It was a great night of racing. We'll see you here next week at Coles County Speedway.